Thank you for joining us here today. It's great to have many of you here in person, and good morning and special welcome to those of you joining us virtually online. I'm honored to host all of you here at this year's Captive Nations Summit. I'm honored because this is my first Captive Nations Summit as the new president and CEO of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. My name is Andrew Brember, and until recently, I had the honor to serve and represent the United States as the ambassador to the UN in Geneva, where I saw firsthand both how communist regimes today still oppress their people, and the incredible example of how dozens of countries around the world succeeded in overcoming such oppression and claimed their freedom. As President Biden said in his Captive Nations proclamation last week, though much has changed in the world since President Eisenhower issued the first Captive Nations proclamation in 1959, its call for liberty and opportunity still reign true. And this resonates with me today, I'm sure with many of us, as we see firsthand, right in front of our eyes, the largest protests in Cuba against the regime in decades. The Cuban people from all walks of life are calling for freedom and to the end of the 62 years of communist dictatorship, oppression. And the increase in censorship and the violent crackdown recently have strengthened their call for liberty. And I'm looking forward to the end of our program to awarding our Human Rights Award today. But first, before that, we will have three impactful panels with incredible speakers who will talk about three important roles and dynamics that have held constant throughout the struggle for freedom in nations held captive by communism. The importance of the free press, the role of dissidents, and what the role that the international community plays, all in the cause of freedom for those held captive. While this struggle for freedom has played out differently over the last century and around the world, in every place, and in those countries held captive today, these elements have an incredible role to play. So I'm very much looking forward to the discussion that our moderators and panelists will have in helping us understand those important roles. In particular, given my most recent experience in Geneva, I look forward to the discussion of the vital role that the international community can and in fact must play in speaking out for those trapped under communist regimes, particularly in those critical moments that we're seeing today here in Cuba, when the people are crying out for freedom. I want to be very brief. We have an important impact schedule. So I am now honored to introduce our speaker, Ambassador Paula Dobriansky. Ambassador Dobriansky is a senior fellow in the Future of Diplomacy Project at Harvard University's JFK Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs, and is the vice chair of the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security at the Atlantic Council, and a trustee of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Ambassador Dobriansky served as Undersecretary for State of Global Affairs from 2001 to 2009. During her more than 25 years in national security affairs, Ambassador Dobriansky has held many Senate-confirmed and senior-level positions in the U.S. government, including Director of European and Soviet Affairs at the National Security Council in the White House, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights and Humanitarian Affairs, Deputy Head of the U.S. delegation to the 1990 Copenhagen Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, and Associate Director for Policy and Programs at the United States Information Agency. Her father, the Honorable Lev Dobriansky, was a founder and Chairman Emeritus of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Ambassador Dobriansky.
Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, and thank you very much, Andrew, Ambassador Brember. I really appreciate your introduction. Dr. Lee Edwards, Chairman Emeritus, I'd like to say it's really great to see you, if I may begin that way. I really want to commend you for your long-standing dedication and leadership to the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. You are truly a great American. I also want to recognize Dr. Ed Fulner, the chairman of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, also another great American. Really delighted that you're here today. And thanks to the foundation board trustees who are also here, your support has been truly, I'm going to say, absolutely indispensable to our work. I see, in fact, the Honorable former Member of Congress, Don Ritter, Dr. Spalding is here, Jim Burnley, and also Randall T. Just wonderful for your support. I also want to recognize there are a number of ambassadors who are also with us, some who are now and will be during the course of the day. Ambassador Kasher of Slovenia, thank you for being here. We also have Ambassador Preek of Estonia, Ambassador Petya of Lithuania, and Ambassador of Ukraine, Markarova. So with that, just thank all of you for your support and for what I think will be a very important substantive program during the course of the day. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Captive Nations Week Summit. As we observe Captive Nations Week, let us remember what President Ronald Reagan, my former boss, said in 1983. He said, quote, "Free people, if they are to remain free, must defend the liberty of others," unquote. Today, we come together to advance that noble goal articulated in Senate Joint Resolution 111, passed on July 17, 1959, and signed into Public Law 8690, which has remained in force to this very present day. Captive Nations Week was conceived to spotlight and condemn the continued suffering of those victimized nations and people living under communism. Some of the nations listed in the original legislation are now free, but 1/5 of the world's population still remains subjected to tyrannical communist rule. President John F. Kennedy put it well when he asserted, quote, "This country must keep alive the hopes of freedom of the peoples of the captive nations." That unquote. That was true in 1959, and it really remains true today. My father, Ambassador Lev Dobryansky, a professor at Georgetown University and chair of the National Captive Nations Committee, would be incredibly proud if he were here today. As a fierce anti-communist and champion of global freedom and democracy worldwide, he penned the first Captive Nations Week resolution, which was signed into law by President Dwight D. Eisenhower. The resolution calls upon every president of the United States to proclaim the third week of July of each year as Captive Nations Week, and urges Americans to, quote, "to reaffirm their commitment to all those seeking liberty, justice, and self-determination," unquote. I am truly heartened by the fact that his memory is preserved in this legacy that we honor today. Chris Roebling, who happened to be a student of not only my father's, but a classmate of mine, he put it this way, quote, he was talking about my father. "He started Captive Nations to keep memories alive, to advocate, to keep faith with the enslaved, to show that the blandishments of freedom had not blinded us to the suffering of innocence abroad, to change the world," unquote. Across the globe, many nations and people continue to be subjected to crimes and injustices perpetrated by tyrants. So many have put their lives on the line to support the universality of human rights. And Captive Nations Week is truly a reminder to future generations to never take liberty for granted, and it is a pledge to those who still live under oppression that we will never and neither forget them nor abandon them. Just in the last few weeks, the world has watched on the streets of Cuba an unprecedented grassroots movement across more than 40 cities of thousands taking to the streets against the country's repressive dictatorship to demand food, medicine, and freedom. Earlier this month, China celebrated the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. In a speech commemorating the anniversary, President Xi Jinping delivered a dire warning that anyone standing in China's way, quote, will find their heads bashed bloody against a great wall of steel forged by over 1.4 billion Chinese people, unquote. China has also committed genocide against Uyghur Muslims in China's Xinjiang province, and as we know, have also persecuted the Tibetan people. And in Russia, we have witnessed poisonings and killings of opposition activists. Journalists have been murdered for speaking the truth, such as Anna Politkovskaya, who was a friend and known for her opposition to the Chechen conflict and for her criticism of Vladimir Putin. After receiving countless death threats and an attempted poisoning, she was slain to death in 2006 in the lobby of her apartment block in Moscow. And then most recently, there is the poisoning and imprisonment of Putin's main opponent, Alexei Navalny. This week, the Belarusian opposition leader, Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, is visiting Washington, D.C. to discuss the worsening human rights conditions and increased violence in Belarus. In August of 2020, the Belarusian regime stole the presidential election in which she was a leading candidate. Captive Nations Week affords us an opportunity to reassert our determination to keep alive the hopes of freedom of all captive nations and captive peoples. There is still a battle being waged, and our moral narrative matters greatly, more than ever in this era of great power competition. As President Reagan remarked on signing the Captive Nations Week proclamation in 1988, quote, to all the peoples of the captive nations around the world, America will never forget your plight, and we will never cease to speak the truth. Your struggle is our struggle. Your dream is our dream, and one day you will be free, unquote. Thank you all for being here today, those of you who are here present and those of you who are online. And thank you for your sacrifices, as many of you as I look around the room, and your staunch commitment to freedom. Let us recommit ourselves to defending and promoting liberty for future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Dobriansky. Now I am honored to introduce our next speaker, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Bureau of Democracy, Human Rights, and Labor, Lisa Peterson from the Department of State. Ambassador Peterson joined the U.S. Foreign Service in 1989 and previously served as Ambassador to the Kingdom of Eswatini from 2016 to 2020. From 2012 to 2015, she served as the Director of the Office of Multilateral and Global Affairs, DRL, and other Washington assignments have been at the Bureau of African Affairs, where she was the Deputy Director of the Office of Central American Affairs, and in the Bureau of Intelligence and Research, where she was an analyst for Bolivia, Ecuador, and Peru. Assistant Secretary Peterson, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thanks very much for that introduction. Former Ambassadors Bremberg and Dobriansky, distinguished panelists and guests, it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you to the Voices of Communism's Memorial Foundation for organizing this timely event. I'm pleased to share thoughts on the role of the free world in promoting human rights globally. Sadly, living in a free democratic society remains a distant aspiration for countless people across the globe. History confirms that democracy remains the best form of government for promoting and protecting freedom, equality, and the dignity of every person. Democracies foster peace, security, prosperity, and government accountability. By contrast, communist regimes and authoritarian governments are too often characterized by severe and violent oppression, kleptocracy, and the rupture of social contract between citizen and government. As President Biden has said, communism is a failed system. And so we see the continual drive of the human spirit toward freedom. In Havana, in Minsk, in towns across Russia, and in many other oppressed countries around the world, we see ordinary citizens speaking out, some online and others in the streets, protesting peacefully for freedom. I'll briefly touch on the situations in Cuba, Belarus, and Russia today, but this by no means implies that we don't care about the many other countries where freedom is virtually non-existent or under threat. Less than 100 miles from our shores in Cuba, we are witnessing the brutal oppression of the Cuban people by the Diaz-Canel regime for the people's simple desire to live. The people seek the right to a representative government, to express themselves freely, and to obtain access to basic necessities. Cubans are protesting the worst economic crisis since the so-called special period following the collapse of the Soviet Union. This economic crisis is brought on by decades of economic mismanagement and corruption. The stark reality of that government's autocratic rule is being laid bare once again as unarmed, peaceful protesters are beaten and hauled away by Cuban military and police. To quell these protests, the Cuban government has sent busloads of plainclothes agents, often armed with batons and other weapons, to silence their people's desire for fundamental freedoms and basic necessities. Across the island, NGOs have reported over 300 names of individuals detained. And there are reports from social media that more than 5,000 may be detained or under investigation. The regime's efforts are not limited to silencing these peaceful protesters on the street, but to also cutting off their ability to communicate as it strategically interrupts or cuts off internet and communication access. Sadly, the repression of the Cuban people at the hands of their own government is nothing new. It's why grassroots groups defending the rights of freedom of expression, like the San Isidro movement, remain such an important aspect of the Cuban people's fight for liberty. We urge the Cuban government to release San Isidro movement leaders Luis Manuel Otero Alcantara and Michael Osorbo Castillo, along with all Cubans unjustly detained for exercising their rights to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. The Biden-Harris administration stands by the Cuban people and with people around the world who demand their human rights and who expect governments to listen, to serve, and serve them rather than silence and oppress them. Governments in the free world have a critical role to play in supporting the people of Cuba in their cries for the opportunity to live freely in societies not dominated by corruption and to choose their own governments by holding free and fair elections. In Belarus, nearly 1 year ago, Belarusian citizens took to the streets to protest a stolen election. For over a year, Lukashenko's regime had engaged in a brutal crackdown on civil society as Belarusians exercised their fundamental freedoms through participation in the electoral process. When that election was stolen from them, hundreds of thousands of Belarusians demonstrated in cities across the country, peacefully calling for their voices to be heard through new, free and fair elections under international observation. They were met with a violent crackdown by the Lukashenko regime that has yielded tens of thousands of arrests, at least 2,000 reported cases of torture, and over 560 political prisoners. This week, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya is in town to speak to the horrors that peaceful Belarusians continue to face in their fight for freedom. The United States has been clear. We stand with Belarusian people in their calls for an independent, democratic, and sovereign Belarus. In the neighboring Russian Federation, authorities have intensified their relentless campaign over the past year against independent civil society, democracy advocates, and the media. Russia continues to use its repressive foreign agent, undesirable foreign organization, and extremism laws to stifle independent voices and cut Russians off from the outside world. The June designation of opposition figure Alexei Navalny's political and anti-corruption organization as extremist was particularly disturbing, with the designation officially criminalizing these organizations' efforts to hold their government accountable to its people. Now, thousands of supporters face the risk of criminal prosecution for exercising their rights to freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and association. Mr. Navalny, who is just one of the nearly 400 political prisoners in Russia, was imprisoned on politically fabricated grounds on his return to Russia after recovering abroad from poisoning with a chemical weapon by his own government. We honor his and his civil society's brave work to expose kleptocracy among high-level officials and call again for his immediate and unconditional release. In closing, I want to just underscore that the United States will continue to put democracy and human rights at the center of its foreign policy. As Secretary Blinken has said, quote, "The United States will stand against human rights abuses wherever they occur," end quote. We are committed to democratic renewal at home and abroad, and we hold ourselves, as well as our allies, accountable to our democratic commitments. Promoting inclusive political participation, transparent and accountable governance, an enabling environment for civil society, respect for freedom of expression, and independent media is key to promoting and defending human rights and fundamental freedoms against communist and authoritarian threats. We believe everyone, everywhere, should be able to express themselves freely without undue restrictions, harassment, intimidation, or violence. Because where this happens, there is free and open exchange of information. Violations and abuses of human rights and fundamental freedoms are brought to light. Corruption is exposed and the rule of law promoted. Free and fair elections are supported, and individuals are more informed, active, and engaged in political decision-making, and better able to hold governments accountable. As members of the free world, it's critical that we join together and promote democratic values and the full participation of every member of society. The United States continues to advocate for and promote fundamental freedoms and support those who defend the ability of all to enjoy their human rights. We commend and support those who promote transparent and accountable governance, and those who work to ensure that all women, youth, and members of historically marginalized groups have a chance to shape the laws and policies that affect their lives. And thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to hearing about the final outcomes of these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary Peterson. Now I'm honored to introduce the chairman of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, Dr. Edward J. Fulner, who, not only being the chairman, is also a past recipient of the foundation's Truman Reagan Medal of Freedom. Dr. Fulner is also the founder and former president of the Heritage Foundation. And over the course of his career, he has served as an analyst at the Center for Strategic Studies, the Stanford University's Hoover Institution, and work on Capitol Hill. Dr. Fulner, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Bremberg, our friend and colleague and leader at VOC. Ambassador Dobriansky, thank you very much for your kind words. And Secretary Peterson, I particularly appreciated your comments on the centrality of civil society, because it is organizations, whether it is the Victims of Communism, Memorial Foundation, and so many other organizations all around the world that in fact can speak out for the oppressed and for those victims of communism, of oppression everywhere. It was 56 years ago that I sat in a classroom at Georgetown University's graduate school and learned from a man whom I came to know and admire greatly, Professor Lev Dobriansky, exactly what a captive nation was. His education one-on-one and through hundreds of media appearances, columns, etc., inspired me and subsequent generations to take this very seriously as our challenge as the then rising generation. Rising a little bit further, 1981, President Ronald Reagan nominated me to be the chair of the U.S. Advisory Commission on Public Diplomacy, a bipartisan group of 7 individuals from both political parties. I served in that capacity for the next 11 years and was confirmed on 3 separate occasions by the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and subsequently the full Senate. And during those encounters with the U.S. Senate, I had the great honor of getting to know the then chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, the senator from Delaware, Joseph Biden, who now has another job here in Washington. And political differences aside, we came together. We know what is involved. We know what we represent and how we must stand together as Americans, as freedom lovers, no matter what our political inclinations. Hence the wonderful Biden proclamation of Captive Nation Week this week, following in the long string of bipartisan presidents going back to Dwight Eisenhower. It's been an honor for me to be involved with VOC for a number of years, and I would just conclude my remarks with 2 further comments. One is to thank my immediate predecessor, Dr. Lee Edwards, for everything he has done to both hold this organization together, for the monument to victims of communism at New Jersey Avenue and Massachusetts Avenue that was dedicated some 14 years ago, in which I commend all of you to visit, as we all did when we had the Roll Call of Nations last month. Again, talking about those who have suffered and those who continue to suffer under oppression around the world. And I also thank Dr. Edwards, who Andrew might criticize me for this, but a little secret. The Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's museum, downtown Washington, is advancing rapidly with wonderful support from friends around the world in the private sector and in civil society around the world. And our museum will be opening late this year, but certainly early next year, with artifacts, with documents, with reminders of what has happened over the course of the last 100 years to more than 100 million victims of communism worldwide. As Dr. Edwards has said, the very simple theme of our museum when it opens will be "Remember Us," those 100 million plus people who have suffered under communism. Thank you all for being here today, both in person and virtually. I look forward very much to the discussions and to learning much more from our distinguished guests, and to being with all of you today to share these insights and to reaffirm again our commitment to standing firm and strong to support freedom, human rights for everyone around the world. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning, everyone. With my distinguished panelists, Ryan Whitmore and Miroslava. Here they are. Thank you so much. Without further ado, I will start in the interest of time. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you to the Captive Nations Week Summit. And I'm honored and humbled to start the first panel, focusing on the freedom of press versus state control. I'm Milda Boyce, Director of Fellowship Programs and the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. And I'd like to welcome everybody joining us today in this room and virtually tuning in online. Before I introduce our distinguished panelists, I would like to briefly frame our discussion and present a few observations. As we commemorate 62nd Captive Nations Week, we cannot help but remember the courageous fight for freedom by the historic captive nations, oppressed by the Soviet communist regime, which completely eliminated and continued to persecute independent media and free speech in the entire region for decades. Today, as our honorable presenters mentioned, we are witnessing brutal crackdowns on protesters and journalists in Cuba, Belarus, Russia, and Hong Kong, and many other nations that still live under single-party communist regimes or struggling as transitional democracies. Sadly, according to the 2021 Freedom House report, the number of free countries in the world reached its lowest level since the beginning of a 50-year period of global democratic decline, while the number of not-free countries reached its highest level, all because of authoritarian regimes trying to get a hold of the power and silence opposition by all means. During this panel, we will explore how the opposition of the press affects the degree to which a captive nation is free. And with that, I'm honored to introduce our distinguished panelists. To the right of me is Dr. Danielle Garrett, is an author, documentary photographer, freelance photojournalist, political scientist, and visual sociologist, documenting Chinese politics and securitization of Hong Kong. He has a nearly 20-year engagement with the city and was a photographic contributor to Hong Kong Free Press. Since 2011, he has documented over 700 demonstrations, marches, protests, and rallies, and several elections in the Special Administrative Region. In 2019, Dan spent 5 weeks in the territory observing and photographing political developments surrounding the 30th anniversary of Tiananmen Square, the 22nd anniversary of the establishment of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, and the historic and anti-extradition to China protests, which ultimately evolved into the 2019-2020 water revolution, following unprecedented regime violence and state terrorism against peaceful protesters and the media. We also have Miroslava Bongadze here today, who is an award-winning Ukrainian journalist and political activist, a champion for democracy and independent media. She's a chief of Voice of America's Ukrainian service. She's a subject matter expert in various forums discussing politics, democratization, and media in Ukraine. She's a contributor to NPR, and her writing has been published in the Wall Street Journal, Washington Post, and many other media outlets. She's equipped with a law degree from Lviv State University, and Miroslava has extensive experience in journalism and public relations. She has been a public relations officer in Ukraine and the US for several political and media organizations, including RFERL, Internews, IRI, and NDI. And last but not least, Brian Whitmore is an adjunct assistant professor and Russia specialist at University of Texas Arlington McDowell Center for Global Studies and a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center in Washington, D.C. He's also the founder and author of the Power Vertical blog and host of the Power Vertical podcast, both of which focus on Russian affairs. From April 2019 to July 2020, he worked as Russian program director at the Center for European Policy Analysis. He also worked as a senior Russia analyst for Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, where he was employed for 11 years from 2007 to 2017. I'm cutting your impressive bio short to make sure that we continue with the discussion. So welcome all. The way I'd like to structure this discussion is to allow each panelist to deliver their remarks, followed by a round of questions for our panelists before we field questions from the audience to keep the discussion interactive. And I'll kindly remind our panelists to keep your remarks brief, up to 10 minutes. So let's proceed in the alphabetical order. Dr. Garrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you to Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for inviting me. Ma'am, could you, sir? Have you ever witnessed a street level birth of a popular revolution against an authoritarian regime from the front lines? I have, twice in 5 years, once in September 2014 and again in June 2019, when I was respectively photographing the birth of the Umbrella Revolution and the Anti-Extradition Law Amendment protest, aka the Water Revolution. Both were in Hong Kong and both were in response to excessive regime violence and stolen elections by Chinese and Hong Kong SAR authorities. Each popular uprising was also a backlash against the Chinese Communist Party's ongoing denticide and herbicide of Hong Kongers, Hong Kong, and their way of life under Chinese General Secretary Xi Jinping's nightmarish new era one country, two systems doppelganger, which is a totalitarian national security threat obsessed anti-Western xenophobic perversion of the Deng Xiaoping era framework that had originally posited peaceful coexistence between the communist and Hong Kong systems. Under Xi Jinping, one country, two systems has become weaponized a platform for political struggle and economic warfare at home and abroad. For many, the Water Revolution was a story of an embattled people fighting for their lives and what remains of their freedoms under a crumbling one country, two systems. Others consider the protesters rabble-rousers, or according to the Chinese Communist authorities, a counter-revolution obsessed, counter-revolutionaries, extremists, separatists, rioters, traitors, and of course the ever-present terrorists. Despite the communist regime's ubiquitous attempts at information warfare, the protests that have rocked Hong Kong for 18 months were more than about a piece of legislation or stopping the chaos and violence or safeguarding the rule of law in Hong Kong, as Chinese and SAR authorities duplicitously claim. It was a fight for the survival of Hong Kong as an international city and Hong Kongers as a free people. To understand the implications and motivations of Chinese Communist Party's unprecedented violent suppression of democracy aspiring and freedom-loving Hong Kongers, one must widen the aperture to identify the origins and intended outcomes of China's Great War on Hong Kongers. A post-2012 Chinese national security lens is needed as an understanding that one country's two systems isn't what it used to be. After being designated a captive nation in 2016, the Chinese Communist authorities' actions in Hong Kong have vividly illustrated what it actually means to be a nation suffering underneath the captivity, domination, and tyranny of communism, especially since Beijing's July 2020 imposition on the city of a draconian national security legislation, which constitutes the de facto introduction of the communist system in Hong Kong. Hong Kongers since 2019, Hong Kongers have experienced stolen elections, state terrorism by Hong Kong police and non-state actors, mainly organized crime actors, triads, mass arrests, rolling instances of de facto martial law, a purged legislature, arbitrary detentions, the political co-optation of the judiciary, and the wholesale Xi Jinping ordered cultural revolution of Hong Kong, designed to remake a defiant, partially free Hong Kong into a compliant Chinese communist city. These threats were articulated in December 2014 and reaffirmed in July 2021 by Chinese authorities. The CCP's weapons of mass destruction to accomplish this task is the national security legislation. Not only are Hong Kongers the target of this communist Great Wall campaign, but also the US, the West, and the free world. Seeing Hong Kong as the front line of this new Cold War with the West, it perceives local pro-democracy or pro-Hong Kong media, Western journalists as part of that war, part of a Western-led color revolution apparatus. Hence, the national security legislation is a threat to all journalists and all others. The national security laws, basically China's cultural revolution of our times, to paraphrase the freedom-loving Hong Kongers, cultural revolution of our times slogan that has been prominent since 2019. Yeah, even before the NSL, Chinese and Hong Kong authorities were targeting foreign academics, journalists, and human rights activists in Hong Kong. UK-based founder of Hong Kong Watch, Benedict Rogers, was denied entry in October 2017. In 2018, the vice president of Foreign Correspondents Club, Victor Malik, was expelled after the Hong Kong SAR government refused to renew his visa following the organization's hosting of a pro-Hong Kong independent speaker. US-based Tiananmen dissident Feng Congye in June 19, 2019 was denied entry. I was detained myself on arrival and denied entry on September 2019, a week after testifying to the Congressional Executive Commission on China regarding the erosion of Hong Kong's autonomy, the dismantling of one country, two systems under the pretext of Chinese national security. In January 2020, Human Rights Watch Executive Director Kenneth Roth was barred entry. This followed December 19 threats from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Sanctuary Human Rights Watch, and US-based pro-democracy organizations. Other US photographers and photojournalists, such as Michael Yon, have been denied entry. Aaron Nicholas, who is to be hired by Hong Kong Free Press, was denied a work visa, and New York Times journalist Chris Buckley was also refused a work permit for Hong Kong. During the 2019-2020 water revolution, the Hong Kong police, patriotic vigilantes, and local and mainland organized crime, i.e. triad elements, harassed and targeted journalists with political and physical violence. Journalists were singled out to be shot with deadly non-lethal munitions, were frequently pepper sprayed and beaten, as well as water sprayed by water cannons. Most infamously was the blinding of one journalist and the image of Hong Kong police forcing groups of journalists to kneel and put their hands up on their head like they were combatants. According to Hong Kong Journalists Association, violence against journalists covering public order events, 87% of respondents reported having experienced violence, with 64% reporting police violence. Hong Kong police brutality, the spark that launched the 2014 umbrella and 2019-2020 water revolutions against protesters and journalists, was the focus of several reports during the water revolution. Today, July 21st in Hong Kong, is the anniversary of one of these infamous attacks, where hundreds of triads attacked returning protesters and journalists as well as bystanders, as the Hong Kong police stood by and did nothing. Since the NSL became effective on 30 June 2020, at least 117 individuals between 15 and 79 years of age have been arrested as of the end of June for endangering national security. 64 of the 117 have been prosecuted. This 117 number also includes 47 pro-democracy lawmakers, as well as the Hong Kong 12, which were a group of activists that tried to escape communist-occupied Hong Kong by going to Taiwan, but were intercepted by Chinese authorities. In July 2021, Reporters Without Borders designated Hong Kong Chief Executive Carrie Lam as a press freedom predator who had relentlessly attacked press freedom in Hong Kong. She was also singled out as carrying a full-blown intimidation campaign against RTHK, the official US SAR government broadcaster. Reporters Without Borders also noted that the NSL was especially dangerous to journalists in Hong Kong, with the NSL posing a grave threat to them. The Hong Kong Journalists Association annual report, Freedom in Tatters, described the preceding year as the worst ever for Hong Kong. In addition to citing a similar development as the Reporters Without Borders report, regime plans for establishing legislation to prosecute quote-unquote fake news and quote-unquote doxing affecting national security issues were identified as worrying trends. The association's current and former chairman also observed that news columnists have dropped their columns in Hong Kong, hosts have canceled their radio shows, publishers and printers were refusing to order or publish controversial books, and the art and culture industries were also being affected. An exodus of academics and journalists have also been transparent, with something that mirrors the larger immigration and forced exile from Hong Kong by the public on order of an estimated 100,000 Hong Kongers. Today, a Hong Kong nation in exile exists, and it is expected to continue to grow as Hong Kongers flee communist occupied Hong Kong to flee the state terrorism by the Hong Kong police and the establishment of a Hong Kong SAR police state. The Chinese and SAR authorities are also moving to block Hongers from leaving Hong Kong with mainland-style exit bans, ostensibly for those suspected of NSL crimes, but the effort could be expanded to prevent a brain drain from the city, as well as any other critic of the regime. Following the arrest at the airport of a former Apple Daily chief editor, writer, and managing director of the People's English Language website, Hong Kong Journalists Association expressed concerns that NSL officials now have a blacklist of journalists to prevent escaping from Hong Kong. The journalist survey also found that perceived levels of press freedom among Hong Kong journalists was at its lowest record since they started surveys. Self-censorship and censorship legal protections for the industry were cited. Concerns over the introduction of the NSL national security legislation, regime raids and arrests of Apple Daily and Jimmy Lai, assets forfeitures, the prosecution of RTHK documentary producers were identified as factors. April and May of 2021 also saw attacks on Falun Gong related Epoch Times media organization, printing presses, and the Reporter. The Hong Kong police is also involved in propaganda and information warfare against the protesters. In May 2021, they published a pamphlet called "Know the Facts, Rumors and Lies Can Never Be Right." Also, as I testified in 2019, the Hong Kong police are basically the knife and gun of the PLA and Hong Kong, the Communist Party. My last thing that I would like to say is basically China's war on Hong Kong's freedom of press has been expressed through claims that the media is part of a color revolution, that it violates China and Hong Kong's national security, and that is part of the front line now of China's new Cold War with the US. What we have seen is that Hong Kong, that was once known as a city of protest, has now become a police state. Thank you. And these pictures were images that I took during the 5 weeks preceding. So that at the end of June 2019, for the observance of the 30th anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre, all the way to July 1st, when the Legislative Council was seized by some activists. And the reason it was seized was because the Hong Kong legislature was no longer seen to be the Hong Kong People's Legislature. It had been stolen by the Hong Kong communists and the Chinese mainland. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dan. Before I move to Miroslava, perhaps a quick question for you to think about. So what's next for the protesters, for the civil society journalists who are still fighting? And you said it's a police state. What are the prospects? What are the opportunities, and how can international community help? I'll just move to Miroslava. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this very presentation. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I would probably start with a very emotional event for me. Can you imagine 5 years ago, a young journalist went out from his apartment, started his car, and started driving on the street in central Kyiv. 5 minutes after he started driving, the car was blown. And it was published in America. Belarusian journalist lived in exile in Ukraine. And it was an assassination. It was a murder. And this happened this exact time 5 years ago in central Kyiv. Today we are commemorating that event. The investigation is pending, but there's no results of investigation of this murder. On the other issue, on the other hand, 21 years ago, months from now, my husband, Georgi Gongadze, left the apartment in Kyiv at night. And he was taken to the car by 4 police men, leading by the general one of the police general. He was beaten up in the car, taken to the forest, murdered, strangled. They cut his head off, they burnt his body, they buried the body and head in different places. And that happened 21 years ago. And the investigation is still pending. But in his case, we get some partial justice. 21 years I'm fighting for the justice in my husband's murder. And a week ago, finally, the last person, the last police guy, the general Pukoc, was put in prison for life. And that's honestly one big case that we won, because usually the investigations against journalists are going nowhere. And usually we don't have results of any of this investigation. So even that there's partial justice, even that instigators of the crime is not behind bars. I celebrate, honestly, I celebrate this as a winning case for the journalistic community in Ukraine and around the world. The situation in Ukraine for the media is a little different now. Yes, journalists are under threats. Journalists are harassed. The public opinion is expecting journalists to be activists, not journalists. The public opinion expects journalists to take sides. And this is very, very difficult environment to work in. However, the general, I can say that Ukrainian media is free, but not independent. There's a lot of media outlets. They can produce whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. However, over 60% of the media outlets owned by oligarchs, and the oligarchs are using media in their advantage as a tool. And public already used to know which oligarch, what to expect from every TV channel. The small media organizations, independent media organizations, have a very, very little space to grow and to compete for the market share. And that's affecting, obviously, public opinion, and in the end, it's affecting politics. So basically, in Ukraine, we have so-called captured state, when majority of the media are owned by a couple of oligarchs close to the government, supporting their political interests. There is one space for hope. There, as I said, there's a couple of independent newspapers, and especially online newspapers, and the habits of Ukrainian public is changing. They already know what to expect from television, so they use television for and watch and look for entertainment on TV. However, they are searching news elsewhere. They're searching news on internet websites, internet publications. They are watching Voice of America, Radio Liberty. I have to say that we have a highest trust among Ukrainian media. And we are biggest international broadcaster in Ukraine. And we are trying to show the professional behavior and professional standards for others to follow. There's one more positive development is public television. 5 years ago, after the Orange Revolution, the Revolution of Dignity, the public television was created. It was before it was a government television, but that they actually started to improving, made the reforms, passed the law, and created this public window to the media. And the public television is growing, and I think it's very, very important to support that public television that serve as a barometer for others for the professional standards in the news sphere. We are very short on time. I would like to have a discussion, so I will pass to probably Brian for the next introduction, because I know he will be talking about disinformation, and that's a huge issue in Ukraine. Russian influence, huge issue in Ukraine, but I'm pretty sure that that's a Brian will address.
Yes, go ahead, Brian. Just quick thought to Miroslava. Thank you so much for this moving presentation. And just something to think about, as you were talking, I was thinking about the audience and public opinion, what they demand. But what are the ways, how to develop a society, an audience who demand quality information? That would be something that I would like to hear. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah. I want to start just with two documents that were published last week in Russia that got my attention. One of them I'm sure Miroslav is familiar with, and that is Vladimir Putin's famous so-called article about the historic unity of Ukrainian and Russian people and how Ukrainian statehood is impossible unless it is in partnership with Russia. All of this which ignores the fact that partnership with Russia and Ukraine has historically meant subjugation by Russia, and which also ignores that Ukraine is a bold and independent European nation, independent of Russia, as part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, partially as part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which ignores all of that. That document came out and got a lot of attention. There weren't very many facts in this article. It was basically mythology. Mythology that is widely believed, but this is the kind of information you can put out in Russia. The second document that got my attention, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about it. I want to be brief in the interest of time and it's a good discussion. But that was the Russia's revised national security strategy paper, which was published last week. It was revised for the first time since 2015. And most of it was the same old boring stuff you see in every Russian national security document. But one part of it caught my eye, and that was the large focus on so-called information security and information sovereignty. The claim that Russia is under an information assault from the West, and that Russia's defenses against this assault from the West effectively have to be hardened. Reading this document, it's anybody that follows Russia, it's impossible not to see the fingerprints of Putin's national security advisor, like Patrushev, all over it. Mr. Patrushev is by far the most hardline and paranoid figure in Putin's inner circle, and he also has the most influence on Putin at the moment, and I would argue historically. But effectively, this document criminalizes independent journalism and criminalizes civic activism because it defines all of these things as threats to Russia's statehood and Russia's sovereignty. And the legislation that's already out there on undesirable organizations, foreign agents, are all designed to effectively do this, right? And this comes out of, I think, the way Putin and his inner circle view the world. They are incapable of conceiving the very idea of an independent journalist, right? Miroslav, you don't exist in their eyes. You don't have your own agency, because to do what you do, well, hell, somebody's got to be pulling the strings. Somebody in the basement of Langley or I don't know, the State Department or NATO. It all has to be directed. The same was true for civic activists. It's inconceivable to Putin and his inner circle that you could have a civil society. You could have horizontal integration among free people to get together to advance their interests. This is impossible in their view. This has to be directed from somewhere. This is the way their society effectively works, or at least it's the way they're trying to make their society work. So this has created what I kind of consider an iron. And it's something we have to figure out how to navigate. And that is this. Russia is effectively accusing the West of doing what it is doing to the West. It's a key, and if you ever want to know what Russia's actually doing, pay attention to what they accuse the West of doing. Psychologists would call this fundamental attribution. You assume that others are motivated by the same things you are. But this kind of creates a conundrum for us in the West, because they are creating Fortress Russia in the information space, in the civil society space, and at the same time, exploiting the openness of the West and almost challenging us to be like them. They're almost challenging us. This is what a reflexive control operation in a lot of ways. Attempting to create the conditions where we're going to be like them, right? And this is long been Putin's strategy to say there are no values. There's nothing special about the West. You have no value. It's all just a naked struggle for power. We're all just as corrupt as each other. We're all just as repressive as each other. And they're practically daring us to ban our tea, to ban spoon, or to follow through on some of these things. Now, reasonable people in this town and in other Russian capitals can and have had very fruitful debates about this subject. We have some hard choices to make as a society moving forward, because this is not just about captive nations anymore. We are all kind of in this globalized world. We are all kind of threatened by this situation. So this is kind of what I want to leave us with here. That in every sphere, media, NGOs, social media, Russia is hardening their borders and extend to a greater, and Belarus is effectively hardening its fortress right now. And effectively, we're seeing what I call a soft annexation of Belarus going on at the moment. Russia is steadily expanding its political, military, and economic footprints in Belarus since August. So we're having a hardening of that fortress among the axis of autocrats in Eastern Europe, while at the same time, our open liberal democratic systems, as a result of their openness, are being exploited by hostile foreign actors that have effectively weaponized democracy against democracy. And I'm not going to pretend I have an easy answer, an easy policy prescription right now at this moment, but it's something that occupies my thoughts a lot, and that's kind of what I'll leave you with.
I would love to add to Brian, because it's not only that, it's in addition, they already succeeded in questioning the truth and questioning the facts. And we are all, and I mean, what is the democracy cannot exist without facts. So we cannot make our educated decisions if you question what is truth, what is not.
5 years ago at a conference in Kyiv, I said that this conflict, this disinformation campaign about Ukraine, and together with the kinetic war on Ukraine, is not just about Ukraine, it's about all of us. If we live in a world without objective truth and objective facts, forget about liberal democracy, but the gains in humanity since the Enlightenment are not possible. And this is an assault, I call it an assault on Western civilization. In Kyiv back in 2015, I was accused of hyperbole then. I don't think I'd be accused of hyperbole now.
But Ukraine, sorry, one more thing, that Ukraine actually becoming, we can talk about it more, but Ukraine is becoming like a safe haven for a lot of journalists in the region. Ukraine became as a frontline for democracy in the region. Russian journalists are coming in and working on Ukrainian, on different TV channels. The Belarusian journalists are coming. So basically, we have that. Again, it's not ideal, but we have that space that we can actually help to grow. And Radio Liberty just 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago sent all their journalists from Moscow to Kyiv to work in the region. So this is an important place to save the freedom of speech and save democracy.
And even though I mentioned in my talk about China's new Cold War against the West, which views media and journalists as cultural revolution technologies, this is actually a Sino-Russian effort, because there's been a lot of cross-fertilization from Putin with Xi Jinping, as has been documented before. And even on the protesters' side, the Bureau meeting had a lot of influence on protesters in Hong Kong back in 2014. Something for good or bad, something that's not well known, but what's happening in China, what's happening in Russia, what's happening in Ukraine, it's not happening in isolation. as Brian mentioned.
So much, so that's a great segue. All of you mentioned something that I wanted to kind of switch gears to is what Brian said, that, authoritarian regimes like, Kremlin are turning democracies versus democracies. How can we create a system to, of solidarity, perhaps with technology, social media, all these tools and platforms or exile media outlets like Slava alluded to. What are the possible ways? Can we create that for Hong Kongians in Ukraine or Baltic countries? Would that work? Or they would be still persecuted, as we've seen with the Russian national security law project, the exile outlet was also closed down. Although I guess the spirit is not to give up, and that's what we're looking for. But I don't know if there are ways, since you've been tracking the trends of these protesters and freedom fighters amongst journalists, is there a way to create a system of solidarity that would bring democracies closer to democracy or transitional democracy?
Is that for me? I would.
For all of you.
We can start with what you have to say.
I would say first we have to recognize that this is a war. This is an information war. And in a war situation, as securitization always argues, it's an exceptional situation, extraordinary situation. So what would normally pass for freedom of the press, what we would normally allow by so-called dissenting voices, authoritarian dissenting voices of civil society or the media, has to be looked at differently. If you look at the situation of Taiwan, Taiwan is under not only information warfare, a threat of physical attack. And so if Taiwan wants to take action against pro-communist media in Taiwan, that should be understandable and that should take support. The situation we have in Hong Kong is very indicative of this information warfare. We have Russian affiliated commentators writing in Chinese state media on Hong Kong issues, as well as the China-Hong Kong conflict, China-US Hong Kong conflict. We have China and Hong Kong pro-communist commentators talking in Russian state media, Kremlin, RT, Sputnik. You have a lot of fusion. You have within the United States and elsewhere within the peace movement, the anti-war movement, anti-nuclear movement. You have Kremlin and Beijing affiliated actors who are also carrying these information warfare narratives of Hong Kong terrorists, pro-democracy terrorists, of Russian democracy terrorists, and so forth like this. So we have to first recognize it's an information war. So a different response is needed. Not every voice is equal. You have dissent. And if you look, and basically the way the Chinese and the Russians see it, my understanding of Russian or the Kremlin understanding, speech is an action. It's not just like here in the United States, where we say you can do whatever, say whatever you want as long as you don't take action. From an authoritarian perspective, speech is an action. You are actually doing something. So we should turn that back around on the Kremlin and the CCP. So when they're trying to instigate active measures, United Front campaigns, influence campaigns to create social dissension in the US, they should be targeted. They should also be treated as foreign missions. So one of the things I would say that probably needs to be looked at is maybe legislation. Foreign missions are registered agents. Lobbyists are registered as foreign agents. Well, what about Americans or other nationals who write in Chinese or Kremlin media on behalf, expressing those talking points against Hong Kong, against democracies? These are not just useful idiots or fellow travelers. These are actually information warriors. And if you track their discourses, the commentary, the editorials, what they write, who cites them, you will see that they're not just somebody with an opinion, but they're actually at all what I would consider an unlawful information warfare.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that was said, and I would kind of put it into this context. I mean, there's this what I consider a ridiculous semantic debate about whether or not we're we're in a normative struggle. There's no question about that. But unlike the Cold War of 1945 to 1991, we're not in two hermetically sealed boxes anymore. Right? We're all in one box. We're in a normative conflict in which our opponent is deep inside our financial and our information space. And untangling that is going to be very difficult. It's going to have to be done with a scalpel and not with a sledgehammer, right? And we have to make some hard choices. It's not a lot of ways. Speaking of China, which I don't pretend to be a China expert. I'm not a sinologist, but I do pay attention. And I certainly pay attention when an American actor apologizes for remarks made about China, for fear that his film would be harmed in the Chinese market. When the owner of an NBA club has to walk back comments supporting the protesters in Hong Kong. And I was wondering, I just didn't get the memo. When did the Chinese Communist Party get the right to abridge the free speech rights of American citizens in the United States? When did that happen? Because I missed that. And we know why this has happened. The Chinese market's valuable, it's lucrative, it's huge, right? The Russian market's big too, and it's also less lucrative than the Chinese, but it's big. And we have to ask ourselves, do we love money so much that we're willing to give up our rights for it? This is a hard question, right? I've advocated things like returning to COCOM restrictions, which would effectively say we can't sell any technology to our adversaries. That would mean Silicon Valley would probably scream bloody murder because they can't sell their iPads in Russia.
I'm an old information warfare counterintelligence guy from a different life. Delayed media is an information mission. And so COCOM, if we had a COCOM type situation, like it needs to be updated. We need to address the information media technology.
There's a lot of things we need to update. We need to update FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, which was written in 1938. It wasn't even a television age, right? It was a radio age to counter Nazi propaganda in the United States during the Second World War. That thing's not been updated since 38, since the year before my mother was born. Right? We have to update that and the good news is there are models. The Australians have taken the American FARA Act and said, all right, how do we update this for the 21st century? They did it. So our friends in Australia provided us a template. And I'd like to see, the folks down the street on the hill get moving on this, because we have to update that to reflect the realities of today. The people who wrote the original FARA Act in 38 couldn't conceive a world of social media. And that was the radio age. So I think there's a lot of things we need to start doing here. But one of them is a fundamental choice to society we have to make, because a lot of this is driven by globalized markets. And when I see Americans curtailing their free speech rights in America because they're afraid of the Chinese, because they can't sell their movies or promote the NBA or whatever it may be, in what is admittedly a large, important, lucrative market, we ask ourselves, we care more about our institutions and our freedoms or money. For me, that's an easy choice. But as a society, I think we need to start thinking about that.
I would add to totally agree with both speakers. One thing that I see on the market a lot, that we journalists are becoming tools of propaganda ourselves. And very often, I see it in the Ukrainian market, obviously, when Ukrainian journalists don't have good knowledge in English, so they are taking Russian sources and basically reprinting whatever Russian media are saying. That's the one thing. And I think Ukrainians are learning pretty fast. In the last 5 years, they improved a lot in their output of information. However, international media, American media are becoming a tool because they don't have enough representation in the region. The majority of the journalists work from Moscow. I mean, that will change probably very soon. It's changing, however, and Russia was able to basically dominate the English language output from the region of the news. So very often entities like Politico or even NPR or others would take the lead from RT or Russian or other Broccoli or other news outlets and take it as a truth, as a fact, not checking it because no enough resources. The journalists don't understand the nuances of, and Russians are very, very good in putting nuanced approach to their news coverage. So we have to be very vigilant how we are used in the propaganda war. So that's one approach that, and I think we need to have more resources toward the region, in the region, obviously covering the China, covering Eastern Europe, covering Ukraine, covering Russia. More and more journalists have to go there.
Yeah, and I think many are relocating to, you might expect the official Moscow bureau sooner or later.
Yes.
In Kyiv.
Yeah, they have Kyiv, they have Prague, my understanding at this point.
Absolutely, we have to get all that straight with educating about the horrid tyranny of communism. We have 10 minutes, maybe less than 10 minutes left. Perhaps we could collect some questions from the audience.
Yeah.
Let's wait for a microphone.
Yes, is this on?
Yes.
Okay. So part of the issue, I think, today, in terms of journalism covering these subjects, by the way, I agree with everything that's been said. It's just brilliant analysis of the issues. But part of the issue today in journalists in the West covering these subjects is there's an enormous focus on the problems, internal problems of the United States and countries in Western Europe. We're not good enough to comment on other societies because we have so many issues of our own. We have racism, we have sexism, we have all kinds of inequalities and inequities, and the focus is enormous on that subject. And frankly, in schools of journalism, they're not studying Russia or Ukraine. Most of them wouldn't know where it is on the map. And so some of the information that's being set forth here is not in the kit bag of a modern journalist in the West. I mean, there are some, but not the majority. I'd like to hear some comment on that.
Who you would like to address the question?
What comes into my mind immediately is that our domestic issues here in the United States are not separate and distinct from the issues we're seeing abroad. We see kind of this global trend in an erosion of democratic institutions. This is happening in Hungary. This is happening in Poland. And it's all along the spectrum. So I think what would be useful for journalists, and the best journalists here are doing this. The best journalists here are doing this. Connecting what is going on here in the United States and in other Western democracies with what's going on in the world at large. The other thing is that many major media outlets have rolled back their foreign bureaus. I used to work for the Boston Globe. I worked in their Moscow bureau, and I worked as their Central and Eastern European correspondent based in Prague. But like most metro dailies, with the exception of the New York Times and the Washington Post, they rolled back. They just couldn't afford. The business model couldn't support an extensive network of foreign bureaus out there. And I think this is another issue that needs to be addressed. As far as what's taught in journalism schools, I mean, some of the best journalists I knew never went to journalism school. They studied something else in the humanities and found their way into journalism kind of almost by accident. And so many do have kind of language skills or knowledge of history. It's journalism has become something less of a trade that you learn in journalism school And that is somebody who does teach one class at the journalism faculty at the University of Texas, but it teaches the other two in the political science department. But I think I think this mixing studying journalism in a journalism faculty with a broader liberal arts education might be able to address this issue. But at the end of the day, if Metro Dailies can't afford it at heroes, I remember the day Boston Globe rolled up its heroes across the world, not just in Eastern Europe. We used to joke that Western Massachusetts was the only foreign but we had. But this is something that's happening elsewhere as well. We're moving into kind of a new media environment now, and that having good foreign correspondence in that media environment, I think, is an essential component of it.
I would expand a little bit in a different way. I think Ukrainian model can be used even in the West. After Revolution of Dignity 5 years ago, Ukrainians realized how effective are fake news and disinformation. The civil society started this couple of organizations who are battling fake news and recognizing and giving debunking fake news. And this is very important. And they expand that. They expand it to the point that now they are very, very keen on teaching young students in schools, not in universities, just already in schools, to learn media literacy and how to better consume news and how to distinguish between opinion and the news. And actually right now, IREX for Media helping with the project, I mean, not only IREX, other USAID projects. And they, 650 schools in Ukraine have the media literacy program on their curriculum. And this is very important. I think we here in the West can actually get that example, because it's not only that there's fake news. The problem is how we consuming it. Do we recognize that there is disinformation? So this is like maybe not addressing exactly what you asked for, but I think this is important.
No, I would agree. This is an important component, and our friends in Scandinavia and the Baltic states have also done great work. And I like to say your average Finnish teenager, school child, is better at spotting fake news than your average American adult. Yeah. So there's something we can learn from all.
I would just quickly say that I think we generally have a lack of depth, a lack of scope, a lack of contextualization, and a lot of the reporting that is out there on very complicated, difficult, nuanced issues. That's on the journalist side. On the public side, as Mayor Sullivan mentioned, there's this issue. We need to have a civil society that's culturally, politically, media, and visually literate. That they understand what they are seeing and hearing. Because this is one of the things that a lot of people don't talk about. Is you have there was a transition from visual images to textual, what we call visual sociology, the tyranny of the text. So books, written text. Now with social media, you have a transition from textual to visual media. Online media, you read through like South China Morning Post, New York Times, it's littered with videos, it's littered with audio. Same thing with social media. So you have a visual, and that represents different issues than what perhaps we traditionally have looked at. And then the other thing I would mention is that American society, especially American government, from my time there, de-emphasizes specialization. They want everybody to be a generalist, but it's a very short generalist. So nobody has the depth or the expertise in one area or multiple areas to be able to assess what they are reading and make a critical, informed judgment. And so I think this is something culturally that we need to do in the West, because I guarantee you, the true believers in the Communist Party, the true believers in the Kremlin, and the other authoritarians, they do take the time to read this stuff. They do things to have to think about. This is one of the things that's very big. Propaganda today is much more sophisticated. It's much more nuanced. So it may not look like propaganda, but the framing of media today is very important for replicating communist talking points. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we're out of time. I'm sorry. Perhaps there's gonna be another opportunity, and please stand by. We're gonna be moved straight to the role of dissidents and being freedom panel discussion. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Christina Almy. I am the Director of Government Relations for the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and it is my honor to introduce the second panel for our 2021 Captive Nations Summit, titled "The Role of Dissidents in Gaining Freedom." To frame the discussion briefly, 32 years ago, more than 300 million people across Central and Eastern Europe were held captive under the grip of Soviet tyranny. For nearly 3 decades, the Berlin Wall stood as a symbol of a Europe divided between communist totalitarianism and free nations. It was unthinkable that the Berlin Wall would fall and that the Soviet Union would collapse. Yet the resilience of the peoples of the captive nations and the courage of dissidents in the face of tyranny brought about the so-called Year of Miracles in 1989 and the triumph of liberty across Central and Eastern Europe. Today, brave dissidents are continuing the struggle for freedom across the globe in countries that are still held captive by communist regimes. In Cuba, thousands of people are on the streets as we speak, calling for freedom and protesting the corruption and repression of the Cuban communist regime. In China, the struggle for freedom in 1989 resulted in a brutal massacre by the regime. And the Chinese Communist Party is only becoming more totalitarian. We have a very distinguished panel with us today to discuss the role dissidents have played and continue to play in driving captive nations toward freedom. I will introduce our panelists briefly, before proceeding to their remarks. Dr. Elizabeth Spalding is a senior fellow at the Pepperdine University School of Public Policy and serves as vice chairman of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's Board of Trustees. Dr. Spalding is the author of the first Cold War warrior, Harry Truman, Containment and the Remaking of Liberal Internationalism, the co-author of A Brief History of the Cold War, and is currently at work on a history of world communism. Dr. Spalding holds a PhD and an MA in international politics and political theory from the University of Virginia. Ambassador Martin Palush, who is joining us live from Prague on the screen, is the director of the Václav Havel Program for Human Rights and Diplomacy at Florida International University and is also a member of the Prague Society for International Cooperation. Ambassador Palush was the Czech ambassador to the United States from 2001 to 2005, prior to taking office as the Czech Republic's permanent representative to the United Nations. One of the first signatories of Charter 77, he was a founding member of the Civic Forum and was elected in 1990 to the Czechoslovak Federal Assembly. Mr. John Suarez is the executive director of the Center for a Free Cuba. Mr. Suarez previously served as a program officer for Latin America programs at Freedom House. He is a human rights activist who has spoken widely about the human rights abuses being perpetrated by the communist government in Cuba and has testified before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights in Washington, D.C., as well as the United Nations Human Rights Council in Geneva. And finally, Dr. Zhanli Yang is the founder and president of the Citizen Power Initiatives for China. In June of 1989, Dr. Yang joined his student colleagues in Tiananmen Square and witnessed the massacre of thousands of peaceful protesters. In 2002, Dr. Yang returned to China to help the labor movement with nonviolent struggle strategies. He was arrested and sentenced to 5 years in prison and was released in April of 2007 following an international outcry. Dr. Spalding, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Christina. It's a pleasure to be here. This is why the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation exists. When President Ronald Reagan said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall" in June 1987, many laughed dismissively or thought he was speaking rhetorically. In January 1989, East German leader Erich Honecker promised that the Berlin Wall would still stand 100 years in the future. No one knew that 1989 would transform Europe. Tiananmen Square was also, of course, in 1989. Dissidents in the USSR and Eastern and Central Europe were an important factor, among others, as to why 1989 is indeed called the Year of Miracles in Europe. There were dissidents even before they were called that. As the Soviets spread communism, they were met by armed resistance, especially in the Baltic states, Poland, and East Germany. The communists were also met by organized political opposition in the 1940s and 1950s, including in Poland, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. These forms of opposition encouraged others to resist communism through writing and art, protests, demonstrations, and public letters. Dissidents were officially born. Dissidents also used samizdat, that is underground literary and political publications and other media, to reach audiences within and outside communist nations. When the 1975 Helsinki Final Act between the West and the Soviet bloc acknowledged human rights and freedoms, including, importantly, thought, conscience, and belief, no one expected major changes. Mainstream Western opinion held that Helsinki might be part of the overall relaxation of tensions hoped for in détente. The communists never contemplated what ended up happening. They intended only to take advantage of legitimating their borders in post-World War II Europe and economic incentives. And they intended to continue ignoring human rights and freedoms. But active Helsinki monitoring groups started outside and behind the Iron Curtain. The powerful message to the captive nations: human rights are real and meant for everyone. Dissidents always had the truth on their side. With more publicity, they would now have power and reach. Alexander Solzhenitsyn was arrested, charged with treason, stripped of his citizenship, and expelled from the Soviet Union in 1974. The author of One Day in the Life of Ivan Dezinovich and the Gulag Archipelago was too well known for the communists to put in the Gulag or kill off. He did not go quietly. Live Not the Lies came out at the same time, and many other statements and writings lay ahead. From within the USSR, Andrei Sakharov, the father of the Soviet hydrogen bomb and the most prominent human rights spokesman after Solzhenitsyn's expulsion, was exiled in 1980 to the closed city of Gorky. He was denied visits from family and friends and was constantly monitored and harassed by the KGB. He also refused to be silenced. As with Solzhenitsyn, the Kremlin could not kill Sakharov or send him to the Gulag. In both cases, the Soviets did not want to risk making martyrs of such men. Their examples inspired others across the communist world. But if it were just an important individual or group here or there, then dissidents might not have been such an important factor contributing to 1989. Two additional developments must be highlighted. One, religion and Pope John Paul II. Religion generally. The level of piety in largely Catholic Poland remained high under communism, and religion was also a contributing factor to other Iron Curtain countries. Even when churches were shut down, compromised, or otherwise squeezed out, many families secretly kept alive religious faith and traditions. Bibles were smuggled in from the West, and religious lay activists became increasingly important. Prayer groups, Bible studies, brave pastors, and open church doors all deepened anti-communist resistance that came to a head in the 1980s. John Paul II specifically now. Pope John Paul II did many things to undermine communism, including just being himself a major world religion's chief leader who had resisted and survived both Nazism and communism. John Paul II insisted and was finally allowed by a highly reluctant Polish communist government to make a pilgrimage to his native land in 1979. His visit was history-making. He celebrated open-air masses for millions of Poles, in which he called himself this Slav, this Pole, just like them, and uttered the sentence that was translated for the world as "be not afraid." John Paul II in Rome gave his blessing to solidarity in early 1981. And this leads to the second important development regarding dissidents: increasing popularization. Whether religious or secular, dissidents inspired hope and freedom through their words, music, art, and examples. They also supported peaceful protests. What happened in one place encouraged others at all levels. Numbers kept growing. Across countries, people saw and heard that Lech Walesa made the Solidarity victory sign while standing next to the communist leader, that Václav Havel had been arrested a fourth time but would not be stilled, that soldiers were cutting down the barbed wire fence between Austria and Hungary, that freedom trains in Czechoslovakia were transporting East Germans to the West, that millions of Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians joined hands in the Baltic Way. When it came time for the Kremlin to decide how to respond to the sum total of 1989, the communists had no moral ground on which to stand. The whole world was watching large, public, peaceful demonstrations in the Baltic states as well as in Eastern and Central Europe. Freedom-loving peoples would not live the lies. The Soviet Union could not pretend as if they were responding to violent protesters. The communists could not cover up their lies. The meaning and role of dissidents was thus publicized, broadened, and popularized, which is a good thing for the freedom-loving peoples of the remaining captive nations, very much including, as we will hear on this panel, Cuba and China. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Spalding. Our next speaker is Ambassador Palush, who can hopefully hear us now. We were having some technical difficulties. Ambassador Palush, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm now on the other side of Atlantic in the Czech Republic, so I hope that you can hear me well. And I will try to use my time to describe to you, let's say, my personal or our Czech experience being at certain moment dissident. First of all, the word of warning. I'm always feel strange when I'm supposed to be a kind of guide in the museum in which I happen to be one of the objects on display, which is a strange situation. But anyways, I think that in our case, and all, I would say, cases of dissidents are connected with complete history of their countries, which is very important. For me, there are three basic dates that are part of the bunch of my reflections. First is 1968. It was an effort. I was a teenager, so it was that I was not active player, rather observer, recipient of what was happening this year. It was an attempt of communist leadership to liberalize communism, to endow it, as they like to say, with a human face. This experiment ended with a strong message that our fate in Czechoslovakia was not in the hands of Czechs and Slovaks, eventually their enlightened leaders like Alexander Vuček, but we were part of the Soviet Empire, which means that when Brezhnev decided to send troops of Warsaw Pact to stop this movement, it happened on August 21st, 1968, and this process of rejuvenation, how they call it also, of socialism ended. And a new phase of totalitarian regime started, and this phase was very close observed and analyzed by Václav Havel. It was called period of normalization, which means the revolutionary spirit of the 1950s, with all these fanatics and ideological builders of a brilliant future, were replaced by sheer optimists. People who simply wanted to stay in power for whatever price, and even were ready to offer to the population some sort of social contract. If you stay calm, if you coordinate your activities with us, we will give you some, I would say, limited space for your own private activity. And Václav Havel wrote a letter in 1975 to the president of Czechoslovakia, Dr. Husak, in which he told him that this type of manipulation or control of society still is a very dangerous state of things, and that it certainly is a brutal attack on the people's identity. If you want just to impose this system of lies on them day after day, that this situation cannot stand forever or even for a long period of time. The letter of Havel from 1975 didn't have any specific impact on the leadership of the Communist Party. Only secret police was interested in the situation of Václav Havel and people around him. But it mobilized the first small number of people to the action that was culminating in the second year for me, which is 1977, Charter 77 came into existence. This document was, I would say, very decent when it called for a dialogue in the area of human rights with the government. It was based on the fact that Czechoslovakia ratified in 1976 two basic international covenants on human rights, and that's we were at that moment in the beginning of so-called Helsinki process, and its final declaration, final act of the Helsinki conference, and it passed it, talking about human rights and humanitarian issues. So it was a first small group of people. If you want to think who these people were, you could find there people from left to right. The people who were expelled from Communist Party and still maybe believing in socialism of some kind, then you could find there Christians of all denominations, Jews, liberal intellectuals, and quite a number of young people without any specific creed, specific orientation, people who were simply trying to find their place in life in that situation. And maybe they all felt that there was something wrong going on around them, and that they wanted to live in unity with themselves. I signed the document because I believed that it was the right thing that was said there, and didn't care very much about anything else. Obviously, the reaction of regime was symptomatic for a totalitarian regime. They started to try to have it under control, to try to, first of all, scandalize some people, put some people in jail. Everybody was fired, so we lost our careers, but we gained something. What we gained was what then was called by a colleague of us, Václav Benda, a parallel voice. A certain public space in which people operate, trying to help each other and using something what other people were, I would say, deprived of by their coordination with the regime. And this was freedom of expression. We started not only the claim that we have rights to have rights, but at the same time trying to participate in the public debate and to address important social and political phenomena of our time. At the same time, obviously, this Helsinki process went on. There were so-called follow-up conferences in which this third basket that originally was only third one after peace and security, number one, economic cooperation, number two, and then third basket, human rights and issues. And this because of our response, because they were dissidents emerging in all Eastern countries. Poland was certainly the most visible and most powerful case, but Czechoslovakia Charter 77 was also something. And that this phenomenon, step by step, turned out to be a factor in international negotiations between all parties, countries with different social political systems that are supposed to find a peaceful solution for their eventual disputes. Then, in the middle of 1980s, situation started to change, and our originally non-political activity, Václav was using the term non-political politics. It was this type of public involvement in public space without much political expectations, without being politicians of any kind. But this situation started to change because when Gorbachev announced perestroika and glasnost in the Soviet Union, and at the same time, US President Ronald Reagan started to be more assertive. So what I'm trying to say here, that being dissident means that you operate from below, you are part of a group of people, paramilitaries, who are trying to express and articulate your position, let's say, live in truth without lies, trying to be a critical thinker and be ready to help others, to express your own solidarity with others who might get into trouble, because there was a lot of troubles, imprisonment, all sorts of persecutions you can imagine. But the resistance, 77 and others around this Eastern Bloc was a very significant element. In the second half of 1980s, it started to gain more and more a political dimension. The third year I certainly need to mention is 1989. It was when Charter 77 was rather in a retreat from its own original mission, and what was about to emerge was so-called Civic Forum, a group of people who were ready to seize the moment that the year of miracles, 1989, was about to bring. In our case, and when I saw these demonstrations in Cuba recently, I certainly had this comparison in my mind. Students had a demonstration on November 17, 1989. If you had asked me the day before what we could expect, what was about to happen in the next weeks, I certainly would not be giving any realistic description of what really happened. So we started our, I would say, revolutionary action. And it turned out that the government was in a state of disarray. So then this moment of the first, on the one hand, a real public support and demonstrations on the street. And at the same time, some sort of communication with government was ready to give up power and to start the process of real political transition. And in this moment, we who were dissidents were turned into, I would say, politicians, making our first experience in this situation. And obviously, this is then another chapter or another conference. Dissidents turned out to be politicians, and Václav Havel, even president of the Republic, elected at the end of that strange, miraculous revolutionary year of 1989. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Palush. John Suarez.
Thank you. Listening to Ambassador Palush, I also see many things are reflected in the Cuban example and also with Professor Spalding. In the case of Cuba, there were some critical differences. We had a revolution against the dictator that portrayed itself publicly to Cubans as a democratic Jeffersonian revolution, but you had a group of conspirators that from the earliest days of their gatherings were already plotting a communist takeover of Cuba with Soviet KGB agents. So towards the end of 1959, some of the members of that process that were not in on the secret because they were anti-communist suddenly became dissidents. One of them was Uber Matos, who was a commandant of the revolution. He had taken a critical role in providing arms to overthrow Mr. Batista, but he saw that communists were joining the ranks of this new revolutionary government. And on 3 occasions, he attempted to resign, but those letters of resignation were rejected by Fidel Castro until finally Fidel Castro had him arrested and accused of treason and made the letters public, and had a messenger sent to Mr. Matos offering that nothing would happen to him if he confessed everything at the show trial that they were arranging for him. Mr. Matos rejected the offer, and he went to the military trial that was still early enough that there was some space to speak out. And his presentation shifted the opinion of a number of the military officers in the room who stood up and applauded his courage. The Castro brothers had planned to have him summarily executed. Instead, they sentenced him to 20 years in prison. And I'm going with this example of dissent because that was early on. A number of his compatriots went back up into the hills and had an armed resistance. And they were met with the Revolutionary Cuban Army, backed with Soviet counterinsurgency advisors, and over the space of 6 years wiped out in the Escambray. But parallel to that, we had the dissidents more in the Havel model emerging in Cuba. Another one was Jorge Laos, who was a poet. He had been also in opposition to the Batista regime, suffered in prison and exile during the 1950s. He was approached by Fidel Castro while still in prison during the Batista years to join him in Mexico, but he already recognized that he found Fidel Castro to be an immoral person and rejected the offer. And when the revolution arrived, initially he was going to be joining a seminary. And while he was on his way to the seminary, he heard that a friend of his was being put on a political show trial. And instead he decided to go and speak on behalf of his friend at the political show trial, and was sentenced to 20 years in prison for doing that. While in prison, he read and smuggled poems, taught others how to write, how to read, organized teach-ins, wrote poetry. I'm going to give you a small excerpt. Where I am, there is no light, and it is barred. Just beyond there lies a light in space. Therefore, light must exist. He emerged from prison. He served the 20 years, and the prison commissars tacked on an additional 40 days for his lack of cooperation and being indoctrinated. He was a Cuban Stoic, and that is reflected in a quote 2 years later in the New York Times, where he said, "The only thing that can give you joy and pain is what happens inside you, not outside you." Another dissident, Ricardo Bofill, co-founder of the Cuban Committee for Human Rights in 1976, inspired by the Helsinki Accords, dedicated his entire life to human rights and suffered years in Cuban prisons for defending them. In the 1987 documentary, which is online, Nobody Listened, Nadie Escuchaba, with English subtitles, directed by Nestor Almendros and Jorge Ulla, we're introduced to Dr. Bofill in the streets of Havana. And he describes about the circumstances that a dissident faces for speaking out in this battle of ideas, saying, "I can't understand the hatred towards me, because really, in the only field I've done battle, it's the field of ideas. This field I've had no response, just prison and the police. And I don't know why, because revolution controls all mass media. They have editorials, journalists, even many writers in the world. I don't know why the response time and time again has been jail. The response should come in the field I fight with ideas." Another, that this committee was able to gather reports of human rights abuses, and then thanks to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, the emergence of radio and TV-RP, people were inside it out and got to know who the committee was and also delivered their reports. And thanks to, again, the Reagan administration, Armando Valladares, a former political prisoner who was made ambassador to the UN, they were able to battle at the UN and get resolutions year after year after year condemning the human rights record of the Castro regime, thanks to Ricardo Bofill. 1988, Osvaldo Payá Sardinas founds the Christian Liberation Movement. During the 24 years that he carried out his activism, he was able to achieve a singular objective. Over 25,000 Cubans signed something called the Varela Project, which sought the regime to reform itself and respect human rights. The regime's response was to declare the constitution unchangeable, round up the organizers of the project, sentencing them anywhere from 15 to 28 years in prison. And Osvaldo Payá was murdered on July 22nd of 2012, which will be marking 9 years in just a couple of days. But I think it's important to listen to him. He was killed by the secret police, but again, as Ricardo Bofill said, these were ideas. The first victory we can claim is that our hearts are free of hatred. Hence, we say to those who persecute us and who try to dominate us, you are my brother, I do not hate you, but you are not going to dominate me by fear. I do not wish to impose my truth, nor do I wish you to impose yours on me. We are going to seek the truth together. Another case, Lara Poyan. When those activists were rounded up in 2003, the wives, sisters, daughters, mothers organized a movement called the Ladies in White. Laura, prior to her husband's arrest, was an apolitical high school literature teacher who loved cats and plants. That all changed when her husband, Hector Maceda Gutierrez, an independent journalist, was unjustly sentenced to 20 years in prison. She carried out protests with these women day after day for years, and by 2011 gotten all those loved ones out of prison. But she insisted that as long as the system did not reform itself, they would continue marching in the streets. Months later, she died under the custody of the secret police at a hospital after a sudden illness. And finally, and that was October 14th of 2011, which we will be observing the 10-year anniversary. The San Isidro movement, a dissident movement made up of artists that came into existence in 2018 to protest Decree 349. The headquarters were at Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara's home. They again, for the last 3 years, have been consistently protesting, demonstrating, and demanding that artistic freedom of expression be respected in Cuba. This past November 27th, after his home, the headquarters of San Isidro had been raided, hundreds of artists took to the streets in front of the Ministry of Culture, demanding freedom of expression, artistic expression in Cuba. Luis Manuel participated in the creation of a song, which has become a rallying cry in these protests in Cuba over the last few days, called Patria y Vida, Homeland and Life, with other artists inside and outside of Cuba. I just would wish to conclude, because I am out of time, that what these dissidents have in common is an embrace of truth, persistence, and courage to speak that truth in the worst of places. And that is what terrifies these type of regimes. Combined with international solidarity and support, as we saw in the 1980s, those regimes can be brought down non-violently and peacefully. But it requires not just those brave few souls and the movements that they inspired inside of the island, but international solidarity and multilateral cooperation among democratic states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Dr. Yan.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I don't have successful story to report from China. Last Tuesday marked the 4th anniversary of the tragic death of Liu Xiaobo. His death still stands as an unfathomable loss for the entire dissident community in China. Many people like Liu Xiaobo, including myself, have dedicated their lives to advocating for a transition to democracy in China. But in recent years, the CCP regime has been tightening its grip on power. It indeed a great shame. Even in my darkest moment, First, on the morning of June 4th, 1989, when I witnessed tanks crushing students on the street of Beijing. And second, during the nearly 15 months that I spent in solitary confinement, I never would have imagined that the CCP's tyranny would continue unabated well into today. What things need to happen domestically and abroad to reverse this trend? There are many things that people think should be done to change the current worrisome trend. But the problem is that no one knows what courses of action would be sufficient. I propose a different way of thinking. First, we should identify the necessary conditions for a dictatorship to shift in the direction of greater freedom for its people. Second, we must do everything possible to make these conditions a reality. It is my hope that the rest will take care of itself. In my opinion, at least the 4 conditions must be simultaneously met in order for there to be a chance of achieving meaningful change. Number 1, people are strongly discontented with the political status quo. Number 2, as a result, number 1, a viable democratic opposition arises. Number 3, a rift occurs within the leadership of the CCP. And number 4, the international community believes that China's democratic opposition is viable and supports it on the basis of its values as well as for strategic considerations. These are 4 necessary conditions. It is easy to understand these 4 conditions are all mutually reinforcing. Of the 4 conditions, we can do little directly about 1 and 3, but there's a lot we can do concerning 2 and 4. I want to focus on 2, namely viable democratic opposition, because this is where we as dissidents must strive to bring about change, but so far have failed. Lamentably, we now find ourselves struggling for relevance. Over the past 3 decades, numerous dissidents have emerged in China, and there have also been a few attempts to form a movement advocating for greater civil discourse with varying degrees of success. However, in the end, a viable democratic movement has yet to be established. There are several reasons for this, which I don't have time to expound upon in my opening remarks, but I hopefully I will have chance to discuss them later. For now, I want to define the characteristics of a viable democratic opposition so that we can see what is lacking and the specific goals we must struggle to achieve. In my view, a viable opposition should be comprised of 3 aspects. Number 1, a recognized mainstream coalition. Dissidents themselves are not a movement, let alone a viable one. There must be participation by and support from a certain number of members of a general public. Numbers do matter. To that end, good strategies must be adopted, such as increasing engagement as opposed to losing touch with reality and the people, and lowering the cost of the people to join, such as through nonviolence, discrete and well-defined goals at each point, consideration of the fear that people may have, avoidance of extreme positions, and making no unnecessary enemies within the government, and so on and so forth. Our goal should be for the work that used to be done by the heroes to be done by ordinary people. Number 2, a widely recognized, relatively unified and stable group of leaders. Unfortunately, Chinese dissidents lack a unified voice. Liu Xiaobo, with his international recognition and moral authority, was probably the only one who could bring together a mainstream coalition and a fairly unified leadership. That factor is now gone. Leaderlessness, as embodied by the recent Hong Kong movement, may be good in the initial stages to evade government targeting. However, in the long run, the lack of broadly acknowledged leader will prove harmful when a unified force is needed to bring about significant changes. Number three, a recognizable and relatively stable group of leaders who are capable of doing the following. A, representing, being trusted by the general public. Again, good strategies and moral authorities are needed. B, altering at least partially the current political order. C, garnering attention and support from the international community. And D, carrying out effective negotiations with the CCP regime or calling off such negotiations if the CCP appears insincere, uncooperative, or close-minded. This is a big topic. I have put forth some of my overall thoughts to set the ball rolling. One of the four necessary conditions I previously mentioned for achieving meaningful political change is the international factor, which I did not particularly elaborate on in my remarks. I hope this is not interpreted as de-emphasizing this factor. The international factor should by no means be overlooked. I hope this topic will be taken up in the following Q&A session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yang. We have just 10 minutes remaining, so we will move directly to Q&A. If you have a question, please raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and state your name, affiliation, and your question. We'll take a couple of questions from the audience and brief responses from our panelists. While you are gathering your questions, do we have a question over there? Yes, over to the left.
Thank you. My question is, as a viable opposition to communist regimes are established internationally, what is the approach defensively? Because as we know with the Communist Party, as well as with the Kremlin, that they'll take united front and active measures to split those international coalitions and to discredit them. So the other side of the coin of establishing a credible resistance abroad is defending that. So obviously we now want to talk in an open environment how you would necessarily do that, but have you given thought to that? And that, my question would be for all the speakers. Thank you.
Any other questions in the audience? I will also ask our panelists to reflect on what are the lessons that can be drawn from 1989 for those still struggling under communist regimes in Cuba and China, and 30 years on from the Tiananmen Square massacre, and 62 years on from the Castro Revolution. What are the prospects for China and Cuba realizing the promise of 1989? With that, we'll take final comments from our panelists.
Should I start?
Sure.
Okay.
Please do, Ambassador Palush.
I think that in all cases now we can look at those in the history and those in the present times. So there are two approaches, from below up and from top down. Dissidents should be ready to be transformed into politicians, and they should listen to what in our case was called grace all, people who have maybe not that explicit courage to speak up from the very beginning, but are following the situation, the social crisis and situation in their country, and they are ready to follow and go to the streets to make their voice heard. But at the same time, there is a international situation, international context, and I think this is the key to bring these two elements together. In our case, it was, as I mentioned, Helsinki process, the Soviet US relationship, the arm reduction talks, and so on and so forth. Certainly, in this moment today, I think that we have the same situation. People must have a courage to speak up and to become patriots, but at the same time, they should be able to translate their message to the language that can be effectively used in the context of international community of states.
Dr. Spalding, final thoughts?
So I can't wait to hear from our other panelists because they'll have the direct experience that I don't have. What I would say is which 1989, and for China, this would be round 2 if there can be prospects to have it be more 1989 like Europe. For Cuba, I don't want to get too excited. I talk with friends who say don't get too excited. Please moderate your tone. I'm part Italian, not part Cuban, but I'm very, I'm hopeful, and that song is on my playlist. But what's on us? What's on us who are not in Cuba or China or any of the other captive nations right now? We have to teach. We have to make sure that people understand the truth. And so that's something that I'm dedicated to in and out of the classroom. And we at the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation are building a museum dedicated to the victims and to their story. And that means the victims that are no longer with us, as well as the ones who are still living under communism and don't want to be, of course. And so that's something that is so hard to do, and we have to do it person by person. And last night I spoke to a group of 20 high school women who want to go into international affairs. And I taught them several things, I hope, but I also talked about this truth with them. So we have to do that. Whatever job we have, whatever status in life we have to do something in accord with our talents and strengths to make sure that the truth is out there and that we are, as a result, supporting people in the captive nations who are fighting to be free.
John and then John Lee, 2 minutes.
Sure, I think that, as I was saying throughout my presentation, it's important to live in truth. And I take that from Václav Havel's 1978 essay, The Power of the Powerless. But not only for the dissidents inside of the country, but also for the international community. I think one of the game changers in the 1980s was when Ronald Reagan identified the Soviet Union as an evil empire, as the focus of evil in the modern world. Not having that reality in place when we're negotiating with regimes like Beijing's that has killed over 45, 50 million of its own citizens, or Cuba, that the US government goes on the defensive when they talk about economic sanctions, yet the reality, the truth, is that the United States is the #1 provider of humanitarian assistance in Cuba. It sells the bulk of the agricultural products that come to Cuba. The chicken that Cubans are eating in the street is grown in Arkansas. Now, the US sells it for $1 a kilo. The Cuban regime turns around and sells it to Cubans for $7 a kilo, while American citizens get it at the store for $2 to $3 a kilo. The salaries of an American and a Cuban are dramatically different. $40,000 on average median income a year versus $400 annual income. So you have a communist dictatorship that's exploiting its people. It's a communist dictatorship that does not allow Cubans to fish. Cubans aren't familiar with snappers and mahi-mahi or grouper that teems in the waters around their island. What they get is junk fish frozen, brought in from Asia. Those fish, which are recovered by regime fisheries, are sold on the international market or to high-paying tourists. The average person can't go to freshwater bodies and fish for those things, or anywhere in the saltwater of teeming bountiful shores. That reality needs to be made known. And there's many aspects of this internal blockade that the communists directed in Cuba. Before 1959, Cubans could feed themselves and export food. Same thing happened in Russia, same thing happened in China. After communist Cuba imposed its way, 80% of Cuba's food has to be imported. And it's controlled through communist monopolies. Cubans themselves can't import it themselves. Thank you.
It's tough to summarize the lessons we learned in the past 30 years in 1 minute, but I'll try. I use two words. One is fear, the other is money. Okay, fear, after Tiananmen Square massacre, the collapse of Soviet Union and Eastern European countries has never been far from the leaders of Communist Party. One generation after another, they have drawn experience of control from the left and the right dictatorships to come up with the way to control the entire society. They learned the lesson. No matter what, this is the number one issue we have to take care of, the so-called bottom line thinking. So this stability of the ruling, everything else would be revolve around this principle. So we stick to this principle to this day. That's the fear on the part of the party, the fear on the people. Of course, when the regime becoming increasingly repressive, people have affected or fear working in their heart. So that would deter them from participating in the dissident protests. Okay, that's a fear. Money. The Chinese government after Tiananmen Square, understood money could solve a lot of problems they are facing. Number one, they co-opted the middle class, the elite in Chinese society. When the economic growth continues, their middle class produce. Chinese government in time co-opted them into the ruling structure so that we ease the opposition, the pressure from society. And internationally, money, I don't have to tell you the story, how it works. So I think fear and money actually help the CCP regime to continue to this day. So we have to address these two factors, fear and money.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our second panel. Please join me in thanking our panelists for this excellent discussion.
Yes.
thank you for being with us today for the one watching us online. Thank you for being there. That means I appreciate you having listened each one of the stories. You know that we have wonderful fighters that we still have a long road, but at least we have the people to fight with. And I'm very honored to be here representing VOC in this panel and talking about a very difficult issue that is talking about human rights and the international community. In a moment of tremendous trouble in Cuba, and when you see the reaction from the international community with false ideologies, with double standards, with lack of action from the human rights bodies at the international level, and in false solidarity in favor of the regime. We see the same thing happening in Belarus, or happening in China, or happening in Nicaragua, or the candidates, potential candidates for a fake election in jail. Nobody's saying anything. It is about a false solidarity. It is a lack of engagement. It's about people fighting on the street, people fighting in their countries with good heart. But the element that John mentioned, that the need of having also an international solidarity, that is missing. No, we don't have that fact. The governments issue some statement, not all the governments, but the reality is not, the UN system is not collaborating with the demonstrators, is not collaborating with freedom, human rights in this country. It's an accomplish of the crimes of some of these regimes. So this regime has been persecuting not only political activists, persecuting journalists, as Osorbo, as Henry Constantini in Cuba, is persecuting artists, is persecuting people on the street, beating people on the street. And we see the same image in Belarus, we see the same image in China, we see the same image in Hong Kong, we see the same image in Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela. All these regimes behaving as they behave, a repressive regime. In my work, I've been receiving calls from a political prisoner directly from jail, tortured by this regime. Watching the family suffer, watching the image of people raped by this regime, people persecuted by this regime. These people. The problem with the international community is that sometimes everybody has the right to fight, except for the Chinese, except for the Belarusian, except for the Cubans, except for the Nicaraguans or the Venezuelans. The rest of the world, we need to respect their human rights. Black lives matters, except for the Cubans. Or everybody has the right to select your own government, except for the Cubans, the Chinese, the Venezuelan, the Nicaragua, Belarus. So that's the system that we have right now. The challenge is how we can work with this system to do something better. Because when we talk about this regime, we talk about decades of regimes crushing people, decades of the international community ignoring that, and just pure words about hope to the people that keep fighting in those countries. Then we see that there are people fighting, people keep their heart in the right place. And that's why we saw the demonstrations in Belarus, we saw the demonstrations in Cuba, and they will keep fighting until we give them an opportunity of major solidarity. With us, we have an extraordinary panel, precisely a expert in how the international community can be more effective in these cases. With us, we have Roshan Abbas, is the founder of the Campaign for the Universe. Abbas is a student activist, was a student activist for democracy demonstration in the Xinjiang University in 1985 and 1988. She has been served as vice president for Student Science and Culture Union at the university in 1987. She has been briefing US lawmakers and officials about the human rights situation in Xinjiang. And she appears in the media outlets to advocate, and she has been very active, showing the world the discrimination, the persecution, and the stories behind the CCP in China, how they persecute people and how they have been subject to major repression. Then we have with us David Smolansky, former mayor for Latillo in Caracas, Venezuela, who also has been working with the Organization of American States, dealing with something very crucial for the Latin Americans right now. It's a massive exodus of Venezuelan escape from the terror regime in Venezuela. He was persecuted by the regime. He had to leave his country. And he's part also of a political movement now persecuted. And he can talk a little bit about the persecution in Venezuela, how the persecution continued in Venezuela. Then we have with us Susan, who is a world-leading activist in North Korea. And she has working over 18 years to promote freedom, human rights, and dignity in North Korea and for the North Korean people. She began a program in 1986 to host the first North Korean defectors in the United States to speak up about the atrocities of the regime in North Korea and the camps and the prison camps in North Korea. And she has been the chairman in North Korea Freedom Coalition, vice chairman of the Committee for Human Rights in North Korea, and honorary chairman of Free North Korea Radio. She's graduated from the College of William and Mary and received an honorary doctorate in education from Cochin University. Thank you very much for being with us today. Susan, the situation right now in China, the situation of the actors, what we can learn from that.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak here today. I must admit that it's heartbreaking for me to come here and address on this topic again. I have been trying to inform the world about the genocide facing my people. However, in the last 5 years, information surrounding the Uyghur genocide has become readily available nearly on every major media outlet in the world has publicized the horrific stories about the Uyghurs. We have heard testimonies of countless survivors, and we have seen the images. It's an active genocide in my homeland today. I would like to take you through a closer look at the genocidal crimes themselves with some of the details. Just visualize this. Children are taken to state-run orphanages to be raised with communist Chinese ideologies, forbidding their ethnic identity, while their parents are taken to concentration camps or enslaved in China proper for enabling the Chinese totalitarian regime's economy. Visualize Uyghur women's bodies becoming a battleground of the genocide, all while state actors publicly tweet using our social media platforms and insult and dehumanize them, calling them, those Uyghur women are no longer baby-making machines. Visualize them forced into marriages with Han Chinese men, afraid to reject such a forced marriage by the government. If they do, then they are labeled as religious extremists for refusing marrying non-Muslim Han Chinese. Yes, those women are facing rape, brainwashing, forced sterilization, forced abortion, forced IUD insertion, and the other type of seemingly unimaginable abuses. And all of these are happening today while the world watches. Our organization, Campaign for Uyghurs, has to interview countless Uyghurs around the world. Those families have faced this genocide in a deeply personal way. We have spoken with children who cannot find their parents, and we have spoken to parents who cannot find their children, and families cut off from their relatives. The Australian Strategic Policy Institute has determined that the Uyghur birth rate has been cut in half in my homeland. By their estimates, this constitutes the largest drop in major birth rates available in United Nations data. This is the very real materialization of years of effort to ensure a new generation of Uyghurs never comes to pass. But because the perpetrator of these crimes against humanity is China, with money and the power, the world is silent. Today, our duty to demand that the world live up to the promises it made in the last century. Throughout history, we have looked back on our failures and explained them away. It was easy for people to declare that there was not enough information, there was nothing to be done, and there was no way we could know, although they knew back then. This is the 21st century, and it's the information era. We cannot claim the ignorance anymore. I was in London last month, where I testified for the Independent Uyghur Tribunal. The victims give testimonies around the world. They describe how they were shackled, beaten, malnourished, while faced systematic rape, sexual torture, and forced sterilization in those camps. They spoke about the environment of fear and the terror that the CCP has blanketed across the East Turkestan. What I have heard there from witnesses, experts, and even the perpetrator himself has confirmed that the situation is far worse than what we are speaking and what we are hearing. Every word they spoke brought terror to my soul, as my own sister, a retired medical doctor, is a victim of this genocide. I am advocating for my people, standing in front of you today, speaking at the sacrifice of my own sister's freedom. She was taken as a retaliation for my advocacy work here in America, as an American citizen. We have been crying out to address ongoing state terror for years. And while we might pat ourselves on the back for making progress, Uyghurs back home are dying. This summit is about the unified front captive nations must present in order to seek justice. It's an acknowledgement that international solidarity is the only path forward in the fight for human rights and dignity. The CCP is waging war on religion and the free thought. They are waging war on freedom and democracy by keeping the countries pacified with business deals. The world is even rewarding Beijing with hosting 2022 Winter Olympics. Yet, as the stadiums are crowded with spectators, the once busy and the bright streets of East Turkestan will be hushed and fearful. The camps will be crowded and dark. How can we affirm a genocidal regime in this manner? When my sister was taken by China, I had no idea finding so many US companies are so shockingly complicit in such a disappearance. It's one thing to read about the likes of Siemens and BMW and Volkswagen using the forced Jewish labor marched over from the Nazi concentration camps over 75 years ago. But those same three companies are complicit yet again in their suppliers' use of forced Uyghur labor today, making today's concentration camps a profitable venue. But this time, the rest of the world's companies have joined in such complicity. While Beijing extends its reach across the globe, we are all also so complicit in it. The international community continues to benefit from the CCP's genocidal crimes. China has created modern-day slavery with Uyghurs today. Many of the companies that benefit from this slavery are brands that you know well. The CEO of Nike just announced 2-3 weeks ago openly, publicly, that Nike is of China and for China, while making profit off of Uyghur slaves' blood, sweat, and tears. Lately, I have wondered how we will explain ourselves should we fail to stop this genocide. How will we explain to future generations that we allowed the Uyghur people to face total annihilation? Will we tell them that it was imperative that companies and governments be allowed to profit from the exploitation of Uyghur slaves? As we wait to act, the power of the CCP grows. Already their influence stretches across their borders to silence companies and the individuals and the countries who tend to speak out. Our rights as a free speaking democratic citizens are under threat globally. Just this past week, Kodak pulled back images and the statements documenting the Uyghurs under pressure from China. China's buying the compliances of the business world, mainstream media, and the United Nations, the NBA, Disney, Hollywood, and famous celebrities who are usually so very vocal against any kind of social injustice. Where are they now? Hollywood allows itself to be run by Chinese money. The conscience of humanity is at test today, and we are failing. The Belt and Road Initiative, President Xi's signature project, world domination, is a part of this plan. The Uyghurs are presently treated as collateral damage to the project, but it also reaches much further than just that. It's a targeted system of investment that aims to place nations in debt and make them beholden to Beijing. We must remember that Uyghur struggle and the fight to stop genocide represents. It's the fight to ensure the freedom and the democracy that the whole world deserves. The future of the world and humanity are hanging in the balance as nations seek to confront this global threat. A regime which would carry out active genocide in this matter is a menace to us all. We must stand together, and the fight continues. Thank you.
And one of the things that we have to be clear is because of the fight that you have been putting together for the Uyghurs, the research from Allianz and all the people who have been exposing this terrible regime and the persecution with in China against the Uyghurs is why some people in the international community have been awake and supporting the fight in China, and even with all the power from the Chinese, from the CCP, it has been impossible to shut that down and to keep fighting. This is a good fight. We're gonna have more opportunity to talk about that from China to North Korea. Susan, what is the situation and how we can fight back?
Well, I when actually asked you to speak about the international community, and I said, well, at the UN, and I said, well, I have to point out some real drawbacks to the international community in the UN. And certainly this is a living example because of we've known about this for decades, the horrors that were going on. And it's only recently, last year that it was declared genocide finally. And how many times have you heard about the Falun Gong and the harvesting of organs and how long everybody was denial that was happening? Finally, it's been acknowledged that that's been going on. But I told Ashley, I'm going to talk about some of the challenges of dealing with state actors in the international community. And then I'm going to talk about what is it we can do. And I will go quickly because I know I'm going to have 10 minutes. I'll be time. But first of all, you can't rely on state actors, even democracies. And I wanted to share with you, we spent a year pushing the Senate to have a hearing on the North Korean political prisoner camps because most people thought that what was happening in these political prison camps was being exaggerated. We finally got 3 witnesses. We did a hearing, it was April 1999. Senator John Kerry, Democrat, Massachusetts, Senator Craig Thomas, Democrat, Republican from Wyoming, were the chairs of that hearing. And it was the first time there had ever been a hearing on the political prisoner camps in North Korea. And it was absolutely powerful, devastating to hear what was happening in these camps. And these were 3 eyewitnesses. And a VOA reporter wrote a story for release on Voice of America, and the State Department spiked the story is North Korea's hidden gulag, the earthly hell. But the State Department spiked the VOA story, and the writer was so angry he faxed this to me and could have lost his job. But the reason why was because the Clinton administration at the time was getting ready to have the 4-party talks with North Korea on the nuclear weapons. And could we really trust these eyewitness defectors? What about accuracy? So that's an example of a state actor failing to live up to their own principles, the United States of America. And again, Senator John Kerry, Democrat, was the one that helped organize that hearing. But now over 33,000 North Koreans have escaped, and there has been overwhelming testimony. And another problem we're having is another state actor that's happening right now. You may be aware of this, but when I tell you this, you're going to be shocked. But we actually have a situation right now where the Republic of Korea, democracy, South Korea, is now undermining and quieting the voices of all the North Korean defectors that have escaped, to the point of cutting off all the resources, to the point of stopping their campaign to get information in, the leafleting. They can be arrested now for trying to get information in North Korea. Now they're trying to come after the radio programming. That's what the Moon administration in South Korea is trying to do. So this is another example of a state actor. And you also can't rely on the United Nations to live up to their promise. And I do want to say, though, it has carried out several very important initiatives. One is the UN Commission of Inquiry on North Korea published a report in February 2014 that determined that North Korea was committing crimes against humanity, gross violations of human rights that have no parallel in the world. That document was powerful, but they were basically releasing findings that the defectors had been claiming had been happening for decades. Also, I do want to point out that UN Commission of Inquiry, that wasn't prompted by the UN. It was prompted by people like you all pushing. It was activists pushing to get action on that. And then, of course, the sanctions have been very effective. But again, the UN doesn't live up to their own standards. And I want to say that I think there was a pivotal moment, October 25th, 1971. And some of you will know what that date was. October 25th, 1971, the UN voted to replace the Republic of Taiwan with the Communist China. And to me, that began the total downward spiral of that institution. Can't we have a Security Council where at least 50% of the amendments of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights are recognized by the members? I mean, it's ridiculous how this institution has been so corrupted. So let me go into what, and those sharing with you those negative things. Let me go into some positive things about things that we need to do in as human rights activists, as NGOs, and people in government, even if you do not think you have an impact, never acquiesce, never stop speaking out. And one of the members of our North Korea Freedom Coalition is Rabbi Abraham Cooper, and he told me, he said, Suzanne, even though you feel like sometimes you're not having impact, you've got to keep speaking out, because silence is acquiescence. And just to give you an example, we have an event that we do at least once a year, sometimes twice a year, where we go to the Chinese embassy and we read aloud the names of all the people we know that the Chinese have forced back to North Korea. And we read aloud the people that they know they put in prison that were helping North Korean refugees that are trying to escape. We read that list aloud. It takes a while because it's pretty long. And I didn't know if it was worthwhile because we still haven't moved the Chinese. They're still repatriating refugees, and we're trying to save right now groups of refugees. We're trying to convince the South Korean government to allow, to request the North Korean refugees that are in China in detention right now from being forced back to North Korea. We have this window to save all of them because North Korea has shut their border and they're not taking anyone back. And you all probably heard that story about that South Korean maritime official that was approaching the North Korean maritime border, and they shot him, killed him, and burned him because they're so terrified of COVID. But of course, they don't have any COVID in North Korea, according to the World Health Organization. No COVID deaths in North Korea. But anyway, you have to keep speaking out, and we've been reading these names aloud. And I have to tell you, even though we don't know if we're having an impact with China, I did meet 2 women who had escaped from North Korea, had been victims of trafficking, and sold repeatedly, were at the point of so despondent, 2 separate incidences. They both told me they had thought about killing themselves, but they heard that people were protesting at the Chinese embassy about the refugees, and they knew at that moment they were not alone. Another example, which was incredible, I ran into a man who had been imprisoned in China. He's a South Korean. He'd been in prison in China for helping North Korean refugees. They had beaten him, thrown him in a cell, isolated him. A friend of him had smuggled the radio in, and he turned on the radio and he heard us saying his name. I mean, that's a miracle. And he said it gave him the will to fight on because he knew people had not forgotten it. So that's the most important thing, is always speaking out, never acquiescence. And the second thing is giving them a voice. I'm not a North Korean, but I am in my heart, and I'm very close to the North Koreans. Giving them a voice is the most important thing you can do, because all the accomplishments of the North Korea human rights movement, and I know you share with me the same thing, have been giving a voice to the eyewitnesses, giving them a platform to speaking out. Do engage with governments. We're always trying to get attention on what's going on in North Korea with our government, with much success. We had an incredibly powerful statement from the Biden administration for North Korea Freedom Week, which we just held this spring. But just recognize the limitations. Do engage with the UN, but recognize the limitations. But the most important thing that we can do is to empower and support the defectors and dissidents. And I think I'm going to talk about North Korea, but you can take that word out and add China, you can add Cuba, you can add Venezuela. But let me just give you some examples. In the last decade, I've actually been working on this issue for over 20 years, but about 10 years ago, we kind of shifted our focus. We were trying to persuade, raise awareness about what was going on in North Korea, because it is such an isolated country. But now we're trying to persuade the people in North Korea, and we've really spent a lot of time getting information into North Korea. We're very much involved in that. To raise awareness of the people of North Korea about the outside world. And we know that defectors have the best means to communicate to people, and they know what the message needs to be. They know how to reach people in North Korea because they understand their circumstances. And we can confirm that the kinds of things we're doing, we're involved in rice bottle launches, balloon launches, radio broadcasting, every single means that we can come up with to get information in to North Korea, we try to support. And I'm just going to give you one example. I'm very much involved with a program called Free North Korea Radio. It is a unique partnership between North Korean defectors who do the programming and Americans that finance the entire transmission costs. And I want to give you some quotes from just a couple of months ago from North Korean defectors, just a couple of months ago. And again, you can take out the word North Korea and pop in China, or Cuba, or Venezuela. My friend smuggled radio from China, and I could not stop myself from listening, even though I knew I could be discovered and sent to a political prison camp. Just listening secretly to the radio for 3 nights, decades of indoctrination were peeled away. It was through Free North Korea radio that I found out what life was like outside North Korea. Another defector said, 9 years ago, I started listening to the radio with my father. It opened our eyes. All varieties of getting information in North Korea are important. People, another defector quoting directly, people are so thirsty for information. This is a regime built on lies, just countering with the truth, the regime will crumble. Information gives them a fresh life. Final quote, right now, people inside North Korea, I could say Venezuela, I could say the Uyghurs, the Chinese, the Cubans, right now, people inside want to rise up against the regime. There was so much discontent inside. It is every level of society. When North Koreans come to South Korea, they fully realize how really bad their situation was in North Korea. It's humiliating. And they wonder how much their lives were lost because they were born in North Korea. I guarantee you we will continue to fight to end the Kim regime, so please be our friend and our ally.
Thank you very much. We hear the same stories and we hear about the courage inside this country and outside, keeping the voice and giving voice to the voiceless. I believe that that's key in our work. And about the voice of the voiceless, we have here, he was a political prisoner in Venezuela. He had to leave his country. He was a mayor, a successful mayor in one of the municipalities in Caracas. And now he's the voice of 6.5 million voiceless Venezuelans escaping from the perfect country, according to some of the supporters of the Venezuelan regime. David, the situation in Venezuela.
Hello, thank you so much, Carlos. It's a great honor to be in this panel. I want to thank Victims of Communism for inviting me, and it's really heartbreaking to hear what just Roshana last shared. Thank you for sharing that story, and also Susan. Well, now the story of Venezuela. I'll try to do my best in 10 minutes. First of all, I would like to share a little bit how this started, because not many people know how this strategy started. Sometimes when you hear people in the world about Venezuela, they still think that Venezuela is a great country, it's a rich country, it has a lot of oil, it has gas, it has gold, it has beautiful landscapes, Caribbean beaches, on the Angel Falls, and yeah, maybe all of that is correct. Venezuela used to be democracy. It used to be not only a democracy, it used to be one of the most prosperous democracy in the region. When Latin America and the Caribbean in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s were under different dictatorships, or were under different armed conflicts, or some countries were really affected by hyperinflation, Venezuela had democracy. And so many Latin Americans, like my family, which I will talk about it later, went to Venezuela, and they found opportunities on the countries that they found opportunities in Venezuela that they didn't find in their own countries. It's estimated that in the 1960s or 1970s, Venezuela had 4 million migrants coming from countries in South America, Central America, and Caribbean, and even from Europe. But then everything started to change since 1999. And when Hugo Chavez, former colonel lieutenant, who tried to get to power through coup in 1992, which he failed twice, he used democracy to destroy democracy. That's one of the things that I wanted to share with you all, to take this into account. He used democracy to destroy democracy. He had the opportunity to participate in freedom for elections. He had independent media. He had a country with independent public branches. Of course, as every democratic system, we had our problems. At the end of the 1990s, it was not as strong democracy as it used to be, but it was a democracy. And he used the tools that democracy provides to destroy it. He changed the constitution in less than a year. And with the change of that constitution, the country became more centralized. We came to have a system of 1 term, 5-year presidential to have indefinitely terms of presidency for 6 years. And with so much power, and of course, all the money that he got from oil, which the moment that he was in power, the oil barrel was more than $100. He started to destroy the country until today, which is, in my opinion, Venezuela is a failed state. Chavez, when he fled, when he was released from jail, which was a huge mistake by the last president of democracy in Venezuela, he said the first trip that he did was to Cuba. And he showed all the time admiration to Fidel Castro, and he showed admiration all the time to Cuba. Cuba has become the closest ally to Venezuela's regime, not only to Chavez, but also to Maduro. Chavez, and this is a quote, said, Venezuela and Cuba are the same. He said that many times. It is estimated that in Venezuela are approximately 20,000 Cubans. Is that not an occupation? What is that? Cubans are doctors, are nurses, are teachers, and they are just contributing a lot on the intelligence and counterintelligence, and also are providing orders to Venezuelan security forces to illegally detain political leaders and also torture soldiers who are in jail. And talking about specifically illegal detention and human rights, that is the panel today. Well, last week, a member of the parliament, his name Freddy Guevara, which Carlos knows very well, 35 years old, who has been very active in Venezuela since he was a student. I know Freddy for 15 years. We've been working together since 2006, 2007. Last week, in the main highway of Caracas, he was literally kidnapped by the security forces of the regime. He was disappeared for 48 hours. We knew about him when he was presented on trial at midnight, and a trial that ended at sunrise at 6 a.m. And now he's illegally detained in the biggest political prisoner jail and probably the biggest torture center in Latin America, in Coide, which is the headquarters of the secret police of Maduro. And he's a member of the parliament. He was very active, and now, well, he's suffering from that illegal detention. And I take this opportunity to ask everyone to put pressure to have Freddy free, and also almost 300 political prisoners in Venezuela. So human rights violation in Venezuela, there are so many. Maduro created a death squad. Its name is FAES, which is an elite command of the police. He created that in 2017. Since then, they have killed approximately 20,000 Venezuelans extrajudicially. I'm not saying this. It has been registered by the UN fact-finding mission report that was published last year. Has been also registered by Human Rights Watch. It has been registered by the Secretary General of the Organization of American States. So also the social control that is in Venezuela is really concerning. Venezuela is a country with a bit more than 30 million people, and approximately 9.3 million Venezuelans are suffering from starvation according to the World Food Program. I was listening to John Suarez when he said, oh, that Cuba imported 80% of the food. Well, in Venezuela, we import more than 90% of the food. So it is incredible that having all that opportunity to have our own agriculture and everything, we have to import our own food. Well, now 1/3 of the population is suffering from starvation. And which is my job in the last 3 years, almost 6 million Venezuelans have left the country because of the dictatorship. This is the largest refugee crisis in the history of Latin America and the Caribbean. And it is the second largest in the world, only behind Syria. And it is projected by the next month that we will have in this hemisphere the largest refugee crisis in the world, because every projection that we have is that we will see more Venezuelan refugees than Syrian refugees, which by the way, this will happen on the half of the time that happened in Syria. So it has been in an armed conflict for 10 years. This is happening since 2015, when the refugee crisis started to release. So also the political prisoners have been heavily tortured. I really ask you to read the fact-finding mission report that was published by the United Nations last year, and also the Organization of American States, Secretary General panel of experts of report Crimes Against Humanity. Both reports say clearly of the tortures that Venezuelans are suffering in the jail, with electricity, with waterboarding, and even women who are raped. So now the international community. Well, we have to see the international community two faces, right? The international community that supports Maduro. This is not a local or a domestic project. This is a global project that is in Venezuela. Venezuela has become probably, if not the biggest, one of the biggest criminal hubs in the world. We have a synergy very difficult to find in other parts of the world. We have Cuba, as I said, Russia, China, Iran, and Turkey, which are the strongest allies of this regime, and of course other countries, or like Bashar al-Assad in Syria, or Nicaragua, or Belarus. Those countries are, or those governments are, those regimes are heavily involved in Venezuela. They are acting together with regular armed groups created in Venezuela, or some of them imported from Colombia, such as ELN, and they are part of this humanitarian tragedy that Venezuelans are suffering. Since 2019, an important effort started with the creation of the interim government of Venezuela. It was initially that it was completely constitutional, legitimate. It had the recognition of more than 60 countries in the world. It had the support of the majority of Venezuelans. But after 2 years and a half, I think it's important that the world needs to understand that this is not another Latin American tyrant. This is not another caudillo Latino who wants to stay in power indefinitely. This is we're facing a criminal state, in my opinion. It is a drug cartel who is running a country, a drug cartel that has gold mines, that has hard gas fields, that has oil refineries, because let's not forget that 20% of the oil reserves of the world are in Venezuela. And the biggest gas field in Venezuela is run by Russians. And one of the biggest gas, refineries are also under custody by Russian contractors. And part of the oil that is produced in Venezuela goes to China to pay debt. So there's so much interest of those countries to keep this dictatorship. And just last week, if you see the news, one of the most important news that happened in the US last week, an Iranian journalist was almost kidnapped in Brooklyn. And she was about to get on the speedboat to Venezuela, and from Venezuela to Tehran. So now Iranians are closer to the US because of Venezuela. Since COVID-19 started, approximately 30 planes from Iran have landed in Venezuela. And this is not because they want to provide fuel, as Maduro says. They are, transporting weapons, arms, and of course they are part of the illegal economy. So that's what we are facing, and Venezuelans cannot. Sorry if I'm talking a bit on it. Venezuelans cannot solve this alone. We need the support from the international community. And when I say about the international community, it's not only the OAS, United Nations, the governments. Today we live in a world that is interconnected, and every message that we can find from athletes, artists, everyone who can influence to restore democracy and freedom in Venezuela, it is important. Venezuelans cannot solve this situation alone, because Maduro's regime has become not only a threat to Venezuelans, well, not beyond a threat, it's affecting Venezuelans, but it has become a threat to the region. I'm talking about communism. My grandparents left the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and they fled to They were supposed to flee to the US and the ship had a problem and they stopped in Cuba. And when they stopped in Cuba in the 1920s, they were kids. My grandfather was from Kiev, Ukraine. My grandmother was from a tiny town in Poland. Its name is Poland, and now it's part of Ukraine. They met in Cuba. They got married in Cuba. My father was born in Cuba. My grandfather had a textile industry. Its name is La Garantía, and the Cuban regime expropriated his textile after my grandfather was, by the way, arrested in Poland. And my grandfather was born in Cuba, and in 1970, they had to flee Cuba because of communist regime, as my grandparents had to leave a communist regime in the Soviet Union, and they fled to Venezuela. And then I had to flee Venezuela in 2017 through 35 days in hiding after he was illegally removed from office when he was mayor under arrest warrant. And I had to, so 3 generations that have been victims of communism. I can guarantee you, communism is starvation, is death, is no liberty, and we will need to be united. As Putin, Lukashenko, and Maduro are united doing their work, their bad work, we have to be more united to beat them and to have freedom in the world. Thank you so much.
More with at the end, how you has been part of so communist regime. My concern is being here. It's kind of problematic, no? Let's open for 10 minutes questions from the floor. Please raise your hand and say your name, your affiliation, and your question for the floor. Yes. Mike.
Matteo Kowalski, United Macedonian Diaspora, and thank you so much. Literally brought tears in my eyes because of my own heritage from Macedonia that faced the communist Yugoslavia. I actually wanted to bring in the private sector here, and that's also international community. So how do we hold the private sector accountable for doing business in some of these countries, particularly in the Uyghur region and like Volkswagen you mentioned, and seeing Volkswagen's logo on our own U.S. soccer national, women's and men's team doesn't send a very good message to our youth and the future of this country. So if you could give us advice on how do we deal with the private sector.
Well, let's open to a couple more questions. Yeah. Another question? Oh, wait, sorry about that. John.
Good question. Professor William Leo Grant of American University. Professor William Leo Grant of American University in a recent op-ed declared that in the 1990s, the greatest fear of the Clinton administration was the collapse of the Castro regime because of the immigration wave it would cause from Cuba. Looking now at the massive migration wave from Venezuela and also Nicaragua, do you think that that was a sound policy approach? Thank you.
All right. Let's begin with the private sector, Roshan, and the Uyghurs. You have been evaluating the impact. We talk about that. We talk about Nike. We talk about some of that. What we can do with and also it's the same thing in Cuba with the Spanish hotels and some of the investors that have been investing in Cuba for years. So what can we do with that?
It's very important to hit China where it hurts, which is the money. China is using the money that they are making from the Uyghur slaves to silence the international communities and the buying out the compliance of the private sectors. And the many of our own, Wall Street and the investments and our the money that we are putting for our retirement, they're all being invested in China. So we need to cut this. We need to raise awareness. We need to speak about it. More people know and more people talk about it and name and shame those factory, those companies, it is going to work. Pressure does work. This morning, I was very disturbed to see the news that Burberry pulled out from a Better Cotton Initiative because of pressure from China. And if we don't say anything, there are many companies, after they find out that their supply chains are tempted by the Uyghur slaves, they were signing up. But because the Chinese government is pressuring, and they are backing up like Kodak, and today's Burberry, and tomorrow will be another company. So we need to support those companies who's coming forward and is signing up for the Better Cotton Initiative or supporting to cut off their business ties with China, and the name and shame those who are not doing it, and those companies selling their dignity and the conscience to China's blood money. And another thing is, in America, this is very vital. Last week, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act passed in the Senate. And we really need to push the House to pass that. And although there are so many companies like Nike, Apple, and the others are lobbying, spending money to lobby to stop this resolution to pass. So it is very important to raise your awareness and speak. And I just want to say something about what David said earlier. Chavez is using the democracy to destroy democracy. And I think he's just doing it in Venezuela. But Xi Jinping and the Beijing is using the democracy we have in the US, in the world, destroying our democracy here in America and in the world. So if we don't speak now, if we don't stop now, then the only voice we have left to speak will be one of regret. Thank you.
Wow,
you very
that's cool. I was gonna
No,
say that.
Well, it's your turn.
Yeah.
Now it's your turn.
That was powerful. I just want to absolutely wholeheartedly endorse everything that Rashawn said, name and shame, but also want to just add one thing. And there is, I think you were at the rally for the Genocide Olympics that spoke. There's a group called the Committee for Present Danger, China, this morning about China. That's, I'm sure there's members here, but it's doing a great job of organizing efforts bipartisanly against the Communist Chinese government. But one of the things they're working on is calling it the Genocide Olympics, trying to not get people to boycott the Olympics necessarily, but to get the Olympics changed, to move the Olympics out of Beijing. And there's certainly a compelling reason for that. And I know there's all these arguments about the Wuhan virus and all what happened and everything, but here's something that is indisputable, folks, okay? When you're arguing with somebody, whether it was from a wet market or from a lab, this is indisputable fact. China shut down their domestic flights from Wuhan. China allowed international travel. China intentionally spread that virus all over the world as an indisputable fact because of what they did, how they responded with the flights. But just a reminder that something you can argue to people whether this was intentional or not, it was intentional to spread this virus because of that very thing. It's a fact.
David, indeed. Just so very quick on the private sector. For example, in Venezuela, I was reading yesterday that the commercial chamber of Venezuela, which is very weak at the moment, used to have a lot of power to the point that they led a massive protest 20 years ago that took out Chavez power for 2 days. Now they are, maybe because they are in fear or they have so dark interests or whatever, or the summit, on the annual summit that they have, they are inviting the regime's vice president. So I'm totally agree that private companies they have a role in this. They have to be responsible. They have to make them accountable. Not being an expert on this issue, I have always worked on the public sector or being an activist. But those companies, the vast majority of those companies, and correct me if I'm wrong, they were born from free countries. They were born thanks on the system like the US provides, the free market. You name any company like Nike, they were saying, or any other, I mean, probably they couldn't be what they are right now if they were not born in the US. And now there are, of course, as a global companies, they go to countries where there's economical freedom, but there's no, there are human rights violation, there are no political liberties, and so, well, I think they need to be responsible for that, because we live in a globalized world, and those companies, well, there is a lot of talk about social responsibility. Well, part of social responsibility is, of course, run your business in countries where there are human rights and civil liberties. So that's my take on that. On the migration, refugee wave from Venezuela. Well, this is something very important. Last year, to the US border, only 134 Venezuelans came. This year, and it has not ended, of course, more than 16,000 Venezuelans have come to the US by the border. By far is the nationality with the highest increase, and the root of cause, because a lot of people here like to use this, but the root of cause in the case of Venezuela is a brutal regime, a dictatorship, the lack of freedom, the lack of opportunity, the starvation, so the human rights violation. So that is why people are fleeing. I just last year I have registered 600 testimonies of Venezuelans who have fled to different parts of the regions, and really are shattering when you hear a lot of them, women, kids, teenagers. So the only solution to stop people fleeing Venezuela is to restore democracy and freedom. The only solution to stop to see Venezuela, to stop seeing Venezuelans fleeing the country is restore democracy and freedom. Any other plan to negotiate with the regime and trying to have we try to see them change their behavior, we will see more and more Venezuelans fleeing. As I said in my introduction, it is projected that the Venezuelan migration and refugee crisis will be bigger than the Syrian crisis in the next month. Those are arriving to the US, to Canada, to Colombia, to Ecuador, to Chile. So the only way to stop that is restoring freedom and democracy in Venezuela.
Thank you very much, David, Suzanne, and Roshan. Thank you for we're gonna end this event with an award to the Movimiento Sin Isil. So the artist community in Cuba fighting for the rights of the Cuban persecuted by the regime. So stay with us in a few minutes. We're gonna begin with the award for the San Isidro.
They are crying out for freedom in the streets of Havana. This, the greatest show of discontent with the socialist government since the 1990s.
Protests have broken out in Cuba, with thousands of people taking to the streets against the communist government. Demonstrators expressed frustration at food shortages, rising prices and the lack of COVID vaccines. The government blames the US for the unrest and is rallying its own supporters.
We call upon all the revolutionaries of the country, all the communists, to take to the streets to any of the places where these provocations are going to take place. Today, from now on, and in the following days.
There are reports of internet blackouts in Cuba.
So if we can go up and cue up the video. introduce Dr. Lee Edwards, the co-founder and chairman emeritus of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation. He is the distinguished fellow in conservative thought at the B. Kenneth Simon Center for American Studies at the Heritage Foundation, and an adjunct professor of politics at the Catholic University of America. Dr. Edwards is the leading historian of American conservatism and author and editor of over 25 books, including biographies of President Ronald Reagan, Senator Barry Goldwater, Attorney General Ed Meese, and William F. Buckley. Dr. Edwards.
Well, thank you all for joining us today. I think we can see from these pictures and what we have heard this morning that we are witnessing the largest Cuban protests in decades by the long-suffering captive peoples in Cuba. They're crying out, basta, basta, for an end to 62 years of communist dictatorship, economic repression, and human rights violations. And so I'm honored to present our Dissident Human Rights Award to the Movimiento San Isidro, which is in recognition of their bravery and peaceful advocacy for human rights in Cuba through the arts. I think that's an important lesson also. It isn't always politics, but culture, which is so important in the battle that we're engaged in right now. The San Isidro movement was formed just in 2018 by a group of Cuban artists, journalists, academics, who staged major protests against the communist government's control and sweeping censorship of artistic expression. And that movement has now become a major channel for Cuban dissidents within and outside Cuba. Two members of the movement, Michael Castillo, also known as Oboro, and Luis Manuel Otero Alcantara, are being held in prison at this very moment in Cuba for their pro-democracy activism. And both artists helped found the San Isidro movement. Senor Castillo is a rapper, which shows you just the different ways of communicating that we have today. And Senor Alcantara is a visual artist. And they collaborated on a music video promoting free speech and cultural expression in Cuba. To give you some idea just how important something like that is, their song and music video, Patria y Vida, has received 7 million views, and I'm sure that number is going up, 7 million, and calls for a change in government. This song is a response, and a powerful response, to the communist slogan of Fidel Castro's of Patria y Muerte, fatherland or death. And isn't that how typical of the communists that they're promising death? But whereas we're promising life, vida. It's fitting that we honor all the Cuban dissidents whose courage, sacrifice, and steadfast opposition to communism and totalitarianism in all its forms is a beacon of hope and promise to the freedom-loving peoples everywhere. I'll just say this about people who may think, oh, that's just wishful thinking on the part of VOC. No, think. In January of 1989, the communist East German boss said, the Berlin Wall will stand for another 100 years. That was in January of 1989. In November of that same year, the wall came tumbling down. The same thing can happen in Cuba. The same thing can happen in Nicaragua. The same thing can happen in Venezuela. The same thing can happen in China if there's the right leadership, if there's the right coming together, the right coalescing of all the various elements in and outside those countries. And that's our responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. That's our obligation. That is what we have tried to do for 25 years since we started this. It is what we will continue to do. to tell the truth about communism now and always. So on behalf of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, I present the San Isidro movement, our Dissident Human Rights Award. Well, not too surprisingly, due to the ongoing restrictions, the movement's founders that we talked about here cannot be with us, and so we have 2 empty chairs for them. But we do have Senora Omera Ruiz, please, who will come here and accept the award for her colleagues in there. Now I believe that we have a special showing, which we're going to, I think, are we going to show that video? This is a special message which was smuggled out of Cuba today.
Casi le cuesta la vida a uno, un trabajo que ha costado, que me golpe ha costado, que me falta la estadía, ha costado, que me falta el sorteo, no casi funcionan los aspectos, ¿entiendes? Y yo pienso que uno nunca hace algo, ni hace una canción, ni hace una denuncia con la idea de que le den un premio, porque yo no me siento a ese nivel, ¿sabes? Pero este premio, más que para mí, no, este premio es para todos los cubanos, realmente. Todos los cubanos ahora mismo están puestos y ya están cansados. Yo personalmente les hago saber que este premio es ustedes y lo comparto con ustedes, de verdad, de corazón.
Y eres tú mi canto de sirena, porque con tu
to welcome Omar Ruiz Urgulia to say a few remarks. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos, los que no he saludado, los que no conozco por estar aquí. Quiero leer algo breve. Obviamente por la emoción es imposible que pueda atinar a improvisar, porque además en este momento tenemos a varios miembros del Movimiento San Isidro que están en la cárcel. Ellos son obviamente Michael Osorbo, el líder del movimiento, Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, Luisma. Está preso también Ángelo Troya, uno de los realizadores de ese video que acaban de ver. Esteban Rodríguez, líder comunitario y miembro del Movimiento San Isidro. Entonces, voy a leer en español.
She's talking about several of the members of the San Isidro movement. They are in jail right now. They took it into jail after the fight for the San Isidro movement. So she's gonna read some words from the San Isidro movement and in name of the San Isidro activists in Cuba.
Okay. Desde 2016, cuando mi hermano decidió hacer una huelga de hambre y sed reclamando mis medicamentos, que significa mi derecho a la vida, Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara y mi colega, la historiadora Yanelis Núñez, se convirtieron en presencia permanente en nuestras vidas. Ellos ambos son los fundadores del Movimiento San Isidro.
Since 2016, Luis Manuel Alcántara and Yanelis has been the face of the San Isidro movement. When he began a hunger strike, they become the face of the San Isidro movement.
El grupo ha ido creciendo, constantemente eran artistas, maestros, gente del barrio.
The group has been expanding. Initially, artists, people from the neighborhood, teachers, and it has been growing.
Que buscan saber lo que se propone San Isidro.
And they have been joining the forces that people looking for what is about San Isidro.
Hay espacio para los niños que quieren aprender a dibujar. Sus madres también se acercan.
There is a space for kids that wants to learn how to draw, how to begin to paint. And the mothers of these kids also join the San Isidro movement.
Y nos juntamos a hablar de lo que no tenemos y de lo que queremos.
And we join to talk about the things that we want and things that we don't have.
A veces definimos entre todos eso que queremos, imaginamos Cuba libre.
Sometimes we define what we want and we look for freedom in Cuba.
La presión de la dictadura aumenta hasta la asfixia, muchos intentos de descabezar el movimiento.
The regime has been asphyxiating, trying to asphyxiate the movement because the movement keeps growing.
Descabezar ese movimiento pasa por mucho calabozo, mucho encarcelamiento para Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara fundamentalmente.
They have been taking Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara and trying to take all the faces from the movement to jail. That best for the repression.
También para Esteban Rodríguez, también para Michael Osorbo y en este caso, en el caso específico de Michael, la cárcel.
Also for Michael Osorbo, and in his specific case, being in prison.
Michael fue el primer condenado por defender el arte libre. En este caso, después fue Denis Solís, que acaba de salir de la cárcel.
First was Osorbo, because he was promoting the free art, and Solís also was in jail. He was just released from prison.
Nadie nos decía nada sobre el paradero de Denis Solís y decidimos entonces ir a una estación de policía y quedarnos afuera leyendo poesía.
Nobody told anything about where Denis Solís was, so we decided to go to a police station and just sit there reading poetry.
Vinieron detenciones, golpes, esa fue la respuesta que tuvimos.
Then we received arrest, beating, and repression for the regime. That's what we received from the regime.
Entonces Luis Manuel me llamó y me pidió que fuera a su casa, que nos íbamos a reunir para ir a la estación, pero que yo no podía ir y yo filmara cuando ellos salieran y la policía los agrediera.
Then Luis Manuel called me to his house and told me that I need to record what the demonstration is gonna be when they went outside and the police repressed them.
Se iba a repetir el ciclo de la violencia una y otra vez.
It's the cycle of violence once and again and again.
Decidimos quedarnos esa noche leyendo poesía y transmitiendo en vivo en un Facebook Live.
We decided to just keep reading poetry and broadcast that through a Facebook Live.
Lo demás es historia, el acuartelamiento de San Isidro, y así llamamos la atención del mundo, pero no fue lo que nos propusimos.
Then the rest is history. How the San Isidro created the space, and that was not what we were looking for, but that was what happened.
La policía impidió, y la policía política, que nos llegaran los alimentos, y entonces Luis Manuel, Michael Osorbo, Esteban y otros miembros que estaban ahí decidieron hacer huelga de hambre y de sed para dejar los alimentos para mí por mi condición de salud.
Osorbo, Esteban, and other members of the San Isidro decided to begin a hunger strike because the police stopped anyone from bringing food or bringing medicines to us as a way to put some pressure on us. And they decided to begin the hunger strike just because of my special condition and to solidarity, in a way of solidarity.
Así convivimos durante 10 días, miembros diversos de lo que nosotros consideramos que fue un ensayo de la Cuba que queremos construir.
That was a testing about the Cuba that we want to build, the Cuba that we want, 10 days living together, sharing together.
Diferentes religiones, por ejemplo, había un evangélico, un musulmán, varios ateos, algunos católicos.
Several religions and different faiths in the same place, from Catholic, evangelical, and other religions living together in the same place.
Artistas, científicos, académicos.
Artists, scientists, academics, all of them living together.
Hoy se habla aquí en Washington de Michael Castillo Pérez, el Osorbo.
Now we're talking about Michael Castillo Pérez, aka Osorbo.
Osorbo es una palabra que significa en lengua yoruba de origen africano lo que se asocia a la calamidad.
Osorbo means calamity in a Yoruba African language.
Es la desgracia permanente, es volver a caer una y otra vez.
Is the disgrace, the eternal disgrace is falling over and over to the same.
Michael Osorbo, Michael Castillo Pérez, entró por primera vez a una celda siendo casi un niño con una condena absolutamente injusta.
Michael Osorbo, Michael Castillo Pérez Osorbo, entering the jail system when he was a kid, when they sentenced him with something that was unfair.
Allá adentro peleó por su vida y por su integridad moral y se complicó. La prisión de un año se convirtió en muchos años.
He fought for his life with his moral grounds, and from 1 year was several years of prison for Osorbo.
Pero la última condena fue diferente.
But the last sentence was different.
Defendió ante sus seguidores lo mismo que Catherine, un intelectual, estaba defendiendo ante los intelectuales. Defendió el arte libre.
He defended the last time the free art, the same from the intellectual, defending the free art, the same that Catherine was defending too.
Michael me dice que esa prisión para él fue distinta, que ahora tiene otro sentido, que desear la libertad más grande le cambió la vida.
He now think that defended major liberty, changed his life. Now his life is different than major freedom.
La gente de La Habana Vieja es como Michael, y a la gente de Cuba quiere también esa libertad más grande. Ya entiende de esa libertad que Michael conoce.
The people from the old Havana, the people from Cuba, now want the same freedom that Michael envisioned. It's a freedom for everyone in Cuba.
Michael representa un cambio de vida para muchos.
Michael is a change of life for many.
Y el poder sabe lo que representa el Osorbo para quienes caminaron este domingo 11 gritando patria y vida.
And the regime knows that the numerous of Sorbo, what it means for that Patria y Vida, shouting Patria y Vida, walking in Cuba.
También lo que representa Luis Manuel, un negro del cerro que se hizo artista sin tener que ir, sin poder ir a una academia.
Also what Luis Manuel represents, it's a black Afro-Cuban from the uphill, from the power areas of Cuba, from the poverty, who made himself as an artist and became his fight.
A las esculturas de Luis Manuel, las personas, el pueblo, las adoran, no las ven como arte, sino que ven los santos que Luis Manuel esculpe, justamente como figuras religiosas a las que le tienen devoción.
People devote and adore Luis Manuel's sculpture because represent the religion, the art, the figures, and they adore the figures from Luis Manuel.
En este capítulo de angustioso y prolongado camino, afán de los cubanos por entrar a la civilización, a Occidente,
in this complicated road for the Cubans to enter in the Western world.
teniendo en cuenta nuestra idiosincrasia y nuestros desarrollos históricos específicos.
And taking into account our own idiosincrasy and our own culture.
La cultura se ha manifestado como protagonista y canal de expresión de las ansias libertarias de los cubanos.
The culture has been the common ground and the face of the aspiration of the Cubans.
El MCI, el Movimiento San Isidro, surge a la vea de proyectos artísticos que han logrado sumar simpatizantes con diversas religiones o ninguna.
The Movimiento San Isidro has been the center of the different faith organizations, different religions, different movements, different artists as a center.
Diferentes aspiraciones profesionales, más lejanas o cercanas a la política.
Different personal aspirations, closer or far away from politics, activating in the San Isidro.
Diversidad de composición social, racial, sexual e intelectualmente muy variopinto es el Movimiento San Isidro.
Social diversity, intellectual diversity, cultural diversity. The Movimiento San Isidro is diverse.
Pero todos estamos resueltos en un mismo afán como elemento de cohesión.
But we are a cohesive movement with the same view and the same goal.
La libertad de Cuba.
Freedom for Cuba.
Este camino no es perfecto, ni pretende serlo.
This road is not perfect. It's not looking for being perfect.
Es propio, es cubano, inclusivo y propositivo de igual manera.
It's all inclusive movement. It's Cuban and it's open, it's close to the Cubans.
Todos tienen cabida.
Everybody fits in the San Isidro.
Hemos cometido buenos errores, discutimos, leímos, protestamos.
We made mistakes, we love, we have discussions.
Y todo lo demás somos nosotros mismos y estamos dando la vida por nunca más volver a simular.
We are ourselves and we're giving our life to prevent to pretend again.
Pretendemos, queremos construir patria, pero de la que debe estar viva.
We want to build our homeland, the one that needs to be alive.
Será un país a nuestra imagen y semejanza.
It will be a country like us.
Soñamos y luchamos por una Cuba diversa.
We dream and we fight for a diverse Cuba.
El MCI ya habita en ese país.
The Movimiento San Isidro is living in the Cubans.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that powerful testimony. I'm now honored to introduce our next speaker, Congresswoman Maria Salazar. She is the Congresswoman hailing from the 27th Congressional District of Florida. She is currently serving on the U.S. House Committee on Foreign Affairs and Small Business Committees. Representative Salazar is a tireless advocate for human rights around the globe, especially in Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Nicaragua. As the daughter of Cuban exiles, the fight for freedom in Cuba is especially personal to her. As an Emmy Award-winning journalist, she has also spent her career holding the corrupt accountable for their actions. Notably, in 1995, Representative Salazar interviewed Fidel Castro, being the only U.S. Spanish language journalist to do so one-on-one. Congresswoman Salazar.
Wonderful to be here. And I thank the organizers of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for giving me this opportunity. Being able to be here in such important and frustrating, magnificent times to the Cuban people. Times of great strife bring out heroes from among the people, and we just saw it on the screen. In 2018, faced with ruthless repression at the hands of the communist regime in Cuba, the spark of heroism ignited a small group of artists in a Havana neighborhood called San Isidro. The San Isidro movement shows that heroes come in all forms. Apart from the traditional soldiers and political leaders, they can be poets and musicians, and these guys just proved it. People who appreciate what's beautiful in life and recognize suffering when they see it. This movement, the San Isidro, has the moral clarity that we all have, but they are inside of Cuba, of recognizing the Castro regime for what it really is, evil. I always say when I am being interviewed that the Castro communist revolution is the most cruel and the most evil revolution that the Americas has seen ever since the arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492. No one has been able to take repression to scientific levels like the Cubans did. But now they have said no more, because they're armed with nothing but their music. And you see it in the lyrics. They're crying, no más mentiras, no more lies. Llora mi pueblo y siento su voz. My people are crying and I hear their voice. The movement song, Patria y Vida, is chanted through the streets of Havana, Miami, Madrid, everywhere. And in Cuba specifically, because they know that freedom, hopefully, may the God allow it, is very close. They are affirming the beauty in life through their slogan, Patria y Vida, against the slogan that we heard from Fidel for 62 years, Patria or death. Today, I am very proud to participate in the presentation of the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation's Human Rights Award to these brave members of the San Isidro movement. I believe, and I'm sure all of you do too, that there is no other group in the entire world more deserving of this award at this hour. So for me, it's an honor as the representative of district number 27 in Florida, the heart of Miami, the heart of the Cuban exile community in the United States, me being one of them. My parents fled and I was born shortly thereafter in Miami, Florida. They were political refugees. My heart goes out to him, Luis Manuel Otero Alcántara, and all the others who are right now in jail. They are in Villa Marista, a torture camp. We all know very well what that means. The San Isidro movement has been an example to us, to me, to you, I'm sure, who suffer under communism, under oppression. Those people who are yearning for a brighter future. But the most important thing that we should take away from what's happening right now is that the San Isidro movement has given the Cubans hope. And we know that Cuba will be free very soon, regardless of what the Biden administration is doing, regardless of what the rest of the international community is doing at this hour, which is very little. We know that we will be free because the Cubans lost their fear and freedom is awaiting them. So thank you very much. And it's an honor once again to receive this award on their behalf.
Communism for their invitation to this year's Dissident Human Rights Award recipients, the San Isidro movement in Cuba. This is a well-deserved recognition as members of the movement remain arbitrarily detained following the recent historic and organic protests that took place in Cuba. Since its creation in 2018, this movement has defended basic freedoms and has had the courage of standing up to a criminal communist dictatorship and its repressive apparatus. On November 27, 2020, as the movement led a significant and peaceful protest in front of the Cuban regime's Ministry of Culture, the world truly witnessed the convocation of power from the San Isidro movement. The movement's tireless advocacy of artistic freedoms and repudiation of the regime's Article 349 have made them the target of the regime's oppressive apparatus. I was proud to co-lead a resolution honoring the San Isidro movement's efforts and ongoing work in defense of human rights and freedom of speech. To the members of the San Isidro movement, thank you for igniting a light of hope. Thank you for having the audacity to stand up against Cuba's repressive dictatorship. Your work, your legacy, and your contribution to a Cuba free of oppression are not in vain. Muchísimas gracias por su liderazgo y que Dios lo bendiga.
Now I'd like to invite our last speaker, Rosa Maria Paya, daughter of deceased democracy activist Oswaldo Paya, is one of Cuba's most vocal political dissidents. Paya serves as the president of the Latin American Network of Youth for Democracy and is a member of the Cuba Decides campaign. In April 2014, Paya was detained in Panama before the Summit of the Americas in what has been characterized as a move of political intimidation. Since her father's passing in a mysterious car accident in 2012, Paya has repeatedly called for a formal investigation into his death. She speaks around the world on his behalf and addresses a public letter to President Obama after the 2014 U.S. policy shift towards Cuba. Please welcome Rosa Maria Paya.
Thank you so much, Ambassador, and thank you very much to Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation for this recognition to the San Isidro movement. And with that, a recognition to all the artists, all the street artists, all the Cubans that for many months were doing at the risk of their own lives, their own safety, but also their loneliness. But the Cuban people is doing right now massively in the streets. The San Isidro movement has been an inspiration for all of us, has been also an inspiration for the whole Cuban population. And those faces, those efforts, those words are the ones that have been accompanying this momentum that now have finally exploded in my island. The Cuban people are in the streets fighting for freedom. In at least 45 cities, massive protests took place. The regime has responded with brutal repression, causing countless arrests, among them almost all the members of the San Isidro movement, all the members of the opposition, many independent journalists, almost everybody all the known faces of the Cuban civil society. But the regime brutal repressions has also caused injuries and death. On national TV, Miguel Díaz-Canel, which is this puppet that Raúl Castro put in power to give a civilian face to the military dictatorship, has called for a war in the streets and the fight using any means. In the eastern provinces, the police shot one protester in the head. It's on video. The name is still unknown. Daniel Joel Cárdenas was shot inside his home in the city of Cárdenas. His wife and his kids were present. It's on video. David Laurencio was shot in the back and killed in Havana. It's also on video. He was 36 years old, and his family is now denouncing that the official press falsely called him a delinquent.
videos have shown us people arriving at hospitals badly hurt by police beatings and bullets. One shot in the arm, another shot in the leg, another in the stomach. The victims are workers, are students, are unknown citizens, not only members of the organized opposition. We have documented till now at least 532 detained and missing people, but the actual number is probably in the thousands. The regime has its days numbered and the war is washing, but in this context, we need the support of the international community. In this context, for instance, to release sanctions is the same thing that to fund the police and the military that is cracking down the protest. There is a very important and a very telling factor with these protests, and is that despite the lack of food, the lack of medicine, the collapse of the sanitary system, the collapse of the healthcare system, the scarcity that the Cuban people is enduring, they are in the streets demanding freedom, demanding the end of the dictatorship. They were chanting, change is possible, down with the dictatorship, freedom, freedom, freedom. They were not talking about all those things that they also need. They were talking about the thing that we need to produce all the others. They were mentioning and chanting homeland and life. You just saw Patria y Vida as the alternative to the Castro slogan, homeland and death. There are many tricks that the Cuban regime is now trying to implement, from blackmailing the United States with a migratory crisis to using the Cuban people and the mainly young people that are now missing or detained as hostages for the international community to try to obtain some concessions. So I would like to share with you some actual things that the international community could do, that the United States could do, and that are very necessary, because while we talk and appreciate the courage of the Cuban people that was in the streets in massive numbers till last Sunday, we also understand that effort, that sacrifice, that protagonic role that lies in the Cuban people requires the support of the international community. We have seen how the Cuban dictatorship has rehearsed how to shut down screens. We have seen what have taken place in Venezuela. We have seen what have taken place in Iran. We know that criminal dictatorial regimes that have weapons, they, and especially the Cuban Communist dictatorship, they are willing to use that weapons against disarmed and peaceful protesters. So international support is needed. It's needed and also the leadership of United States gathering that international support is also needed. We need the international community to raise the price of the repression in Cuba. We need the United States, if this country has the possibility, for instance, to provide internet access to the Cuban people bypassing the interference of the regime, we ask them, please, to do it, to enable the Cuban people to be communicated, to enable us to have the possibility to see in real time what is taking place in Cuba. If the US and the world have the ability, and they have the ability, to end or at least to stop the impunity of the regime and protect persons from its brutal repression, all options within international law must be on the table to protect civilians' life on Cuba. My father used to say that the people of Cuba and the people of the United States, we want to be free and friends. He also used to say that nobody had the power to take the Cuban people into the streets. But once the Cubans took the streets, then nobody was going to return them to their homes. Well, they are in the streets. They are taking the greatest risk, demanding freedom and demanding the end of the dictatorship. I call upon all of you to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosemaria. This concludes our program. I want to thank all of you for joining us here today. Many of you who came in person and those joining us virtually online. I think we can take away the incredible heroism that makes the importance of Captive Nation Week so incredibly real to us today, not just by going back to 1959 and the harrowing victories of 1989 and the formerly captive held nation, but the reminder today of the 1.5 billion people still held captive, whether in North Korea or China, or as we see now so powerfully today, those in Cuba fighting for their freedom. So thank you all for joining us today, and let's all make sure we go out and do the most that we can to stand for the victims of communism. Thank you.